Good evening and welcome to all those that are joining us in the council chamber. I'd like to call the Planning and Economic Development Committee meeting of December 9th, 2019 to order. I would like to begin by reading a safety notice. In the event of an emergency, please evacuate council chambers to the nearest exit through the chamber doors and obey all instructions given. And if assistance is required, please see the clerk, Trish, here in front. Once you have evacuated the building, please gather in the front parking lot outside of Town Hall. Please note, Town of Lincoln Committee and Council meetings are posted on our YouTube channel, and you can review any of our committee or council meetings there. I'd like to thank the public for attending the meeting this evening, and I just want to remind everyone of our rules of engagement to please be respectful while others are speaking, and please refrain from clapping. Delegations will have 5 minutes to speak and are asked to stay focused on the agenda item. Please remember to silence all cellular devices. There is a announcement. Please note the agenda has been amended this evening to remove a previously circulated report, PD-79-19, zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of vacant land condominium applications by 1473944 Ontario Limited. Any delegations previously registered to speak to this item have been advised that the report will be considered in January 2020 to allow staff additional time for review. So if there's anybody that's here for that particular report or the delegations that were to speak to that, we are going to do that in January. And that is the condominium development at the top of Stottleborough and Highland Park. Thank you. Roll call. We have all of council here this evening. We also have a number of our planning and economic development staff, and we also have Director McKay, who is our acting CAO for this evening. Statutory public meetings, we have, sorry, missed that one. Are there any declarations of interest this evening? Councillor Regima.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. I'm declaring a conflict, pecuniary interest in item 7.3, agenda item PD 78-19, official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment, applications by Vineland Growers Cooperative. The general nature of the interest declared is that the applicant is represented by my employer, Niagara Planning Group, and I'll be leaving the room during that meeting.
Thank you, Councillor. So we have two public meetings this evening. The purpose of the public meeting is to receive comments from the public and consider questions regarding the zoning bylaw amendment application by Miljan Brothers Incorporated and the zoning bylaw amendment application by Better Neighborhoods Incorporated. Please be advised, Section 3412 of the Planning Act requires that before passing a zoning bylaw amendment, Council must ensure that sufficient information and material is available to understand generally the proposal being considered, and Council must hold at least one public hearing for the purpose of giving the public an opportunity to make representations regarding the proposed amendments. If a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the Town of Lincoln before the application is passed, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of Town Council to the local planning appeal tribunal. Personal information is collected under the authority of the Planning Act and may be contained in an appendix to a staff report, published in the meeting agenda, delegation list, and or the minutes of the public meeting and made part of the public record. The Town of Lincoln collects this information in order to make informed decisions on the relevant issues and to notify interested parties of Council's decisions. It may also be used to serve notice of a local planning appeal tribunal hearing. Names and addresses contained in submitted correspondence and other information will be available to the public unless the individual expressly requests the town to remove their personal information. The disclosure of this information is governed by the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, RSO 1990, CM 56. We stress that at this point, no decision has been made on the application, and Council will take any comments received into account in their consideration of these items. There's an attendance list by the door, which we would ask all present to sign if they wish to be notified of council's decision. Members of the public are reminded to give their name and address when they speak. If approved by council, a notice of the item's passing will be circulated with an appeal period. Our first public hearing is for the purpose of zoning bylaw amendment application by Miljan Brothers Incorporated. We have one delegation registered this evening with respect to this public hearing. As this delegation may take longer than 5 minutes, I would like to request that council extend the time of the delegation. All in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Jared Marcus, IBI Group, will be speaking to PD-75-19 zoning bylaw amendment application by Miljan Brothers Incorporated. Mr. Marcus, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. As you noted, we're here to speak to the Mountain Village, or the zoning amendment for Mountain Village Vineyard. You may recall this from earlier in this year when we had a draft plan of subdivision that was on your agenda. So we'll try to get through things fairly quickly. So the first slide you'll see here is an aerial context map. It shows the context of the subject lands outlined in red within the Camden neighborhood, and that the urban boundary of the Camden neighborhood is outlined in blue on the screen. The subject lands are generally a vacant former agricultural fields. There is one building on the property. It's just an accessory structure. There's no mature vegetation to speak to. Second slide just gives you context within the zoning map. The subject lands are residential 1 with a holding. The holding is there to deal with servicing related issues, and that'll be dealt with through the subdivision prior to being lifted. Next slide shows you some general details about the development. It's approximately 2.8 hectares in size. The current unit count is 33, which gives us an approximate density of 12 units per hectare. Within the official plan, it is designated as residential, and within the zoning, as I mentioned a moment ago, it's residential 1 zone with a holding provision. We have a conditionally approved draft plan of subdivision that was done earlier this spring, and it was for 34 lots. And the reason we're at 33 now is we have a concurrent severance application to remove a single lot from the development so that it can proceed ahead of the broader subdivision. And that's shown here on the slide in front of you. The subject lands, of course, outlined in red. The lot I was speaking about is on the bottom left-hand corner of that image, and it has frontage already on Camden, which was why we elected to sever it now rather than leave it in with the subdivision. But everything else remains the same from what you saw in the spring, 33 lots, all on 3 public rights-of-way and a temporary stormwater management pond on the right-hand side of your image screen. Next slide shows you a colorized map of that subdivision, and this gives you what the maximum building envelopes based on minimum zoning bylaw setbacks would be, and that includes the requests that we have before you in the zoning application tonight. And that brings us to the actual application, which is a zoning amendment application to reduce minimum corner lot frontages from 18 meters to 17.3 meters, reduced corner lot side yards from 3 meters to 2.5 meters, reduced minimum rear yard setbacks from 7.5 to 6.5 meters, and a request to increase the maximum lot coverage for all lots in the subdivision from 40 to 45%. And the next few slides will give you some more details about what that looks like on the respective lots. There we go. So the first one up gives you an idea of what the reduced corner lot width looks like. This is from lot 14. We're asking for a reduction on 3 of the lots. That's 14, 23, and 24. The bylaw carries with it an 18-meter requirement. We're requesting 17.3, which is about 2.5 feet. And so when we were doing the subdivision, we had an 18-meter right-of-way, and we were asked to increase that to a 20-meter right-of-way. So we did our best to nip and tuck and get things to fit, so all the lots, with the exception of these 3, do meet the minimum zoning bylaw requirements for frontage. The next one building off of that shows what the side yard reduction would look like. The yellow is a maximum building envelope based on the minimum setbacks, including that 2.5 meter request. And the blue line shown on the top of that image represents the approximate location of what a 3 meter setback would look like. So we're looking for a slight reduction from 3.3 meters to 2.5. We're talking about 1.5 feet. And that impacts only lots 14 and 23, which we mentioned previous were reductions in the lot width as well. What you'll also notice on this image is a red dimension at the top of the screen. It's 6.9 meters, and that represents the approximate distance from the property limits to the edge of the paved road. So with the reduction in the yard we're asking for, you'll still have that 6.9 meter setback from the road. So in total, you'll have what looks like a 30-foot setback from the road to the side yard. So there's still an ample boulevard that we're not changing. It's just a very small request to move the side lot line. And again, that built off of the changes that kind of trickled down through the subdivision. We're looking just for a change in about 1.5 meters or 1.5 feet rather there. Next one shows you what a 7.5 or the reduction from 7.5 to 6.5 will look like on a rear yard setback. This image specifically is lots 31 and 32, and they're found on the west side of the subdivision, adjacent to the existing lots on Camden Road. We picked that one because all the other ones were internal to the subdivision and wouldn't have any existing uses around them that might be impacted by the request. In this case, again, you'll see the yellow is the maximum building envelope, and the blue line shows the 7.5 meter setback. So this impacts lots 15 to 17, 21 to 20, 21, 22, 25, 26, 31, and 32. In a couple slides, you'll see an image that outlines specifically which lots we're looking for. But again, with this one, it's just we're just looking for about a 3-foot reduction. It's still going to have ample rear yard, and we're confident there won't be any adverse impact to the existing lots. The existing lots adjacent have setbacks of approximately 12 meters already. So there shouldn't be, or we're not expecting that there would be any overview or privacy or massing issues that you would see or could see potentially with reduced yard setbacks. And this was due to some irregular geometry due to like the pie-shaped lots that you find on cul-de-sacs, and you don't get a nice square or 90-degree building envelope that you would see on an internal lot, and we're just looking for some flexibility in our building envelopes. And the last slide dealing with the lot coverage, it might be hard to see, but there's a chart there that outlines the maximum envelopes based on minimum yard setbacks from the zoning bylaw. I have identified the specific lots that we've asked for other requests for tonight so that you can pick those out. But the point we wanted to make here is that with minimum yard setbacks already enshrined in the bylaw, our maximum envelopes range from about 47% up to 50%. So our maximum envelopes were already well in excess of what the bylaw permits, and we're asking for a small increase to that to have a little more flexibility. And finally, the last slide I have for you tonight outlines where the specific reductions or changes we're asking for on the plan. The first one is the red star, and that's the minimum rear yard setback, and that applies to 3 lots on the right-hand side of your image. They abut the swim pond and the existing agricultural. You have 4 lots in the middle of the subdivision, and they're some of the smaller lots within the development. And we're asking for a reduced rear yard there. And again, of course, the 2 lots on the west side of the development, we're asking for a rear yard setback on those. The next one is the blue, and that's the corner lot side yard. Again, it's just the 2 lots, 14 and 23. And then the yellow is the corresponding minimum lot frontage we were requesting, and that's 14, 22, and 23. And of course, the lot coverage, which impacted all of them. So those are our comments for you tonight. If there are any questions from this committee or from the public in general, we'll be happy to stick around and try to answer those.
Thank you, Mr. Marcus. And are there any questions from council? Councillor Timmers.
Thank you, Chair McPherson, through to the presenter. Thank you very much. I have a few questions, actually. First off is if we look at the chart where it shows the max lot coverage, I'm not really sure I'm understanding this chart. If the majority of the lots are already over 45%, what are we looking for here? We're increasing from 40 to 45, but yet the chart shows that they're already all over 45. I'm not quite sure I understand that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the chart is showing what a maximum lot coverage for each, or what a maximum lot coverage of a building envelope for each lot would look like as of right with the minimum zoning setbacks in the bylaw. We can only build to the minimum zoning setbacks, but with those minimum setbacks, we already have lots that would have a lot coverage of 47, 48%. But we can only build to 40, and we're asking to go a little bit higher to 45. Does that make sense? Or
I
did
understand that,
Okay.
what you just said, but when you look at the chart, I don't see any that are at 40. They're all well over 45.
Through you,
I'm
that's
not-
correct, yeah. As of
Am I missing something here?
No, that's absolutely correct. With the a minimum front yard of 6, a minimum rear yard of 7.5, and a minimum rear yard or side yard of 1.2, that maximum building envelope would already be in excess of 45. And the
Okay.
minimum in the bylaw is 40. We're just asking for a little bit more wiggle room. We still are subject to all those minimum setbacks, but we're asking for a little more lot coverage.
Okay, so next question. As far as the stormwater management lot, where is that going to drain to? Is there a creek? Like, where will it drain out to? I'm just curious.
You have a map there, that's great. Through you, Mr. Chair. All right, I forgot that didn't work.
It's okay, I know
forgot
where it
didn't
is, I
work.
see where it is. Is there a creek there that it's going to
So
drain
there's
to?
It's not shown well on this image. At the top of this screen, north of the blue line, there is an existing creek. I don't recall the name of the creek off the top of my head. And it goes all the way to the east into, in the master plan, there was a master stormwater management plan for the neighborhood, but it won't be developed till we don't know when. So all the drainage from our development is going to go into our temporary pond, and that temporary pond will outlet into, there's a faint ditch on the far right-hand side of this image. And that ditch drains into the creek at the north end, which ends up going east.
Okay, very good. Just another question, Mr. Chairman. Regarding the development itself, will there be fencing around the perimeter between the existing homes or just around the entire parameter? I know it's customary. It is a farm, there are farm fields abutting it and existing homes as well.
Right. Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't have the draft plan conditions with me, so I'm going to go off memory here, but typically we would have chain link fencing along the northerly boundary, which is the urban boundary. Similarly, on the east, there would be chain link fencing between the pond and the adjacent farmer's field. I apologize, I don't recall off the top of my head what the draft plan of subdivision had for fencing requirements. Typically, we would use fencing to mitigate between incompatible land uses. That's why we're having the fencing against the urban boundary, so there's no encroachment beyond that limit. But between existing singles and proposed singles, we're singles to singles, so generally, we wouldn't always have to build fencing. There may be existing fencing, but the two land uses are not incompatible with one another, and there hypothetically wouldn't be any land use problems, which is why we might have fencing. But there might be specifics in the draft plan conditions that outlined something in excess of that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councillor Mikulik.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. Through you to the presenter. Just curious, bordering a property that appears to be used for automotive purposes. In the holding provision, was there any environmental concerns to be noted with the removal of that holding provision, or is that something didn't pertain?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I am aware of the former auto yard there. I understand it was, I wouldn't say decommissioned, but it's not being used for that anymore. It's designated for commercial uses in the Camden Secondary Plan. Our holding provision only deals with ensuring that appropriate servicing is in place on the lands. If there was crossover contamination, we might have to deal with that, but I don't believe that holding enshrined that in place. It was really just dealing with servicing. I believe phase 1 and 2 ESA was done with the development that showed no contamination. That would have been done due to the previous use of orchard and farming, which may have had pesticides, et cetera, on it, but that came back as clean. So that's, to my knowledge, that there was no contamination.
If I may, one more question. With the reduced setbacks in the backyards, is there still room to build a deck? I'm not sure what sort of homes are they bungalows, 2 stories? Like, I'm not sure, I don't know if it was in the report what sort of houses.
Through you, Mr. Chair, they're custom houses, so we don't have a cookie cutter design. It's gonna be, as each person comes in to buy the lot, they'll decide what they wanna build. Yes, a lot of people want decks. There are requirements within the zoning bylaw that restrict size of decks, height of decks, area of decks, et cetera. But we haven't asked for any changes to that, so anyone who comes in wanting a deck would have to meet those requirements.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Brunet.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. To the presenter, Mr. Marcus, I'm just a little confused. You said earlier in your presentation that you had submitted the draft plan a number of months ago. Just how long ago was that the draft plan was submitted?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I want to say actual submission was sometime in 2018, but I believe it came to this council for approval in March of this year. I don't know the exact date off the top of my head.
So is there any particular reason as to why this has dragged on so long? I don't think our planning staff has held this up. I could be incorrect, but if you could comment on that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, there's no delay on town staff's side. We didn't, the request for various lots didn't come up during the plan. We hadn't gone that far with some preliminary sketches, so we didn't know. So this is all this stuff is just a matter of us going through the detailed conditions. We've made a preliminary submission to the town based on and subdivision agreement engineering requirements. We're working through that, but this request wasn't something that came about due to any issues with the town review. It's not explicitly tied to the subdivision. They're just two issues we're dealing with.
Okay, so then specifically to, because when I look at page 10 of our report here, in terms of information back from the planning staff, so items such as servicing, grading, drainage, walkways, trails, streetscaping, none of that can be dealt with until the draft plan is completed, is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the draft plan has its conditional approval, which outlines all those requirements we have to deal with. So we've moved forward with some of that stuff. The engineering design has been done and submitted. Street planting plans haven't been updated, and neither has the hydro. So some of those items we're still working on to address, but those submissions haven't happened yet. But we can move forward. We are moving forward. We're just not quite there yet.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mayor Easton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Marcus, for your presentation. Would you please tell us a little bit more about the severed lot? It is part of the original plan of subdivision, am I correct?
To you, Mr. Chair, that is correct.
And what are the terms around that severance? Why is that happening?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the severance, internally, we had talked about this while we were designing the subdivision, and a decision was made to leave it in there. As it's not directly tied to the engineering and servicing of the broader subdivision, we decided that for financial reasons, it could be severed out now and built on kind of early financing type of situation for the development. But it's not beholden to the rest of the development from a servicing perspective, so we felt it could be advanced before some of those broader engineering items were addressed with the subdivision. That was the reason.
Is that because
for-
somebody wants to build a special house on it?
I'm not, through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if there is a prospective purchaser yet, but that's the idea, that it would be a lot that someone could go ahead with right away instead of waiting for the rest of the subdivision to be registered.
Okay. Could you tell me, on that image, just adjacent, I guess, that's Camden Road, so I guess that's south, just south of that lot that's going to be severed, what is that, what's in that square outside of the red? Yeah, yes.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe that's a residential dwelling already adjacent. There is an old shed on our property, but I don't believe it's being used by that adjacent owner. I'm not 100% sure there. But it is just a residential dwelling behind it. It is zoned and designated for residential, so again, we're talking residential to residential interface between the
Okay,
two.
but the two lots aren't going to be joined together, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, now, water, sewer, there's no water, obviously. What is the plan? Are there individual cisterns?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's typical of the development in the Camden area. There is no water, just municipal sanitary and storm, so there will be cisterns with each lot. Typically, those have been in the garage, but we don't have detailed plans yet, so I'm not 100% sure where they'll be on each lot, but that would be the servicing.
Okay, and who, is that a regional matter in terms of the approval of where those cisterns are placed?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't know who's in, I don't know whether that's regional or ministry approval for cisterns. I'd have to defer to planning staff to see if they knew the answer for that.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, any comment from
The
staff on
question is, from a cistern standpoint, is that regional in its approval for the location?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. In regards to the cisterns, I believe that's a regional requirement, because for any dwelling, you have to provide a potable water supply.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I want to go back to the issue of the existing garage uses, because of the controversy over how that property has been managed over decades. And it's reached a point now where bylaw has it looking probably better than it has in 4 decades. And so, however, it's certainly an area that I'm anticipating will need some buffering. And is that, I just wondered what discussions have taken place. I understand that it's going to become active again as a business where there's automotive work being done, and I'm not sure exactly everything is zoned for that. However, it's not going to be as dormant as it appears at the moment. So what planning, and who would be the proponents of having a buffer put between those two properties?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think I may have misunderstood the previous line of questioning. I was thinking of an existing garage on Lot 34. If we're talking about the commercial property, which Mr. Mikulich had commented on earlier, that would be that general area there. I'm not aware of any proposals to reuse it as a garage or as I stated earlier, the secondary plan for the Camden neighborhood has that as designated as a commercial use. So if a garage is permitted in a commercial use, then I would have to guess that any redevelopment of that site would have to be subject to buffering or landscape provisions or other setback related items like that through the zoning bylaw for that use. As it relates to our development, we don't have any specific buffering or additional setbacks that was requested through the initial subdivision review. We do have the 7.5 meter setback along that interface. We haven't asked for a reduction there, so we're respecting the rear yard setback on those lots specifically. But again, I apologize, I don't know of any redevelopment plans or what they, how that might impact this development.
Okay, well, I would just say, Mr. Chairman, in the past, this property was not just used as a garage, it was actually a
Salvage yard.
a scrapyard. And so I would just suggest to Mr. Marcus that an update from the town on potential future uses would be advisable through the bylaw department. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I guess I would say on behalf of the people that, the potential purchases of those property that we would certainly want to be sure that they know what the future
Reuse.
I guess, the reuse of this property for automotive purposes would be something they would want to know about. Thanks very much.
Fair question. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Pachariva.
Thanks, Chair McPherson. And I'm going to go down the line of Councillor Mikulic's questions. So with respect to the reduced yard setbacks, especially on lots 31 and 32. So someone wants to build a deck. Most homes either have a walkout or one at ground floor or have both. So are they going to then need to come back and ask for a further reduction in that setback? Because that's going to encroach on the already reduced encroachment.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's my understanding that decks are permitted within a rear yard, subject to their own setbacks. I'm not sure if it's 4.5. I'd have to get a clarification from staff, but that wouldn't require additional setbacks approved by this council or committee as long as they met those bylaw requirements.
Okay.
Before you leave, Ms. Dale will respond to your question.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. So when it comes to lot coverage, how decks are treated, anything over 0.6 meters, which is roughly 2 feet, those would have to be included as part of the lot coverage calculation for the building. If the deck is less than 0.6 meters, which is roughly 2 feet, it means that it doesn't need a building permit. It doesn't need handrails and stuff like that. We treat that as landscaping, but once it gets to the requirement where it needs a building permit, it has to comply with the overall lot coverage. So it would be included in the lot coverage calculation.
So chances are, in this case,
It's included. Okay, because I've not seen too many 2-foot decks.
yes.
Yeah. And just if I may, Mr. Chairman, through you, curious on the design of the subdivision you took. Now, just at a quick layman's look, if you would have adopted a U rather than 2 cul-de-sacs, pretty safe to say you wouldn't need any setback adjustments. Everything would have been conforming. It's curious.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we did look at various options for this development. What was the most efficient use of land? What highest number of lots? A U shape was one that was an early iteration we looked at, and we're going back 2017 or earlier now when we first started doing this design. So I know it was one we looked at, and it wasn't for us. It wasn't the best use of land, so I couldn't really speak to whether that had variances or reduced setbacks or anything.
No, that's where I'm going. It may not have been the best use of land, but it probably had a heck of a lot less asks for reductions in setbacks, and and it's not you, Mr. Marcus, but you know what, I tire of reading these things where we set out setbacks and rules, and we constantly get applications that never, ever, ever meet them. So,
Councilor Reimer.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. Thank you to the presenter for your presentation tonight. Just a clarification through to you, Chairman McPherson, to Director Dale. The last question you referred to, 0.6 meters was an elevation, correct? Not a square foot, not a square meter of coverage? So that's from finished floor to finished grade?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes, that's correct. It's the height off of the ground.
Yep, thank you.
Okay. Seeing no further questions, thank you, Mr. Marcus. At this time, are there any other persons present this evening to address the zoning bylaw amendment application by Miljan Brothers Incorporated? Please approach the podium and come forward. State your name and address and spell your surname for the record. Calling for a second time for anyone to approach council and speak to the public meeting. And I'm calling for a third and final time for anyone to come forward and speak to the public meeting item. As there are no more speakers, I declare this public hearing to address the zoning bylaw amendment application by Miljan Brothers Incorporated closed. Are there any further questions from council? There being no further discussion, we have a motion that council receive zoning bylaw amendment application PLZBA 201-90169 in the name of Miljan Brothers Incorporated for information, and that a recommendation report be prepared once all comments have been received and issues have been addressed. We will require a mover for the motion. Councilor Timmers, all in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Our second public hearing is for the purpose of the zoning bylaw amendment application by Better Neighborhoods, Inc. We have one delegation registered this evening with respect to this public meeting. Kevin Neeson, North Shore Homes, will be speaking to PD-76-19 zoning bylaw amendment application by Better Neighborhoods, Inc. Mr. Neeson, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and everyone. And yeah, thanks for being here. My friend Peter Julke was going to be here. He works at Upper Deck, which is currently located at Rittenhouse Road. He got an unfortunate phone call today to attend his father-in-law in the hospital. Does not seem very good, so please be thinking of him. So I am a local builder and developer, and I'm interested in helping Upper Deck as a supporter for what they do in the neighborhood, in the community. They currently exist on Rittenhouse Road, as I mentioned, about halfway down the road. It's a decent distance from the school. And yeah, they focus on serving the kids in the neighborhood, primarily elementary school aged. They're looking to provide a place of healthy mentorship or support to assist in education, either during the daytime at school or sometimes after school. I'd like to emphasize that they're very appreciative of their current location on Rittenhouse Road. 2003, the town did donate that property to them, and they really emphasize that they don't want to communicate any lack of appreciation for that. They are very happy at their current location. It has served them very well. In my conversations with them, I learned that they have an interest to be in a closer proximity to the school. So primarily just for travel. I'll also be more available for, say, lunchtime assistance to kids. So this property was certainly attractive to them. And what we're proposing here is to create a building that would pretty much resemble like a kind of backyard barn. Be kind of similar to a barn that's just 3 properties to the south. Randy, I forget his last name, he hosts the craft sale on his property. He has a big barn there. Kind of similar to that. The focus is to create something that just kind of blends in with existing uses and purposes. So the building itself, I think, would fit with the kind of character of the surrounding properties. And here, Upper Deck would be interested in continuing their supports to kids in the community. And again, this creates a special opportunity to be available to kids during lunch hour. Currently, their primary focus is largely Friday evening, but sometimes I think Tuesday as well. This looks like a dozen on a really good night, as they would call, being 20 kids. Peter will explain that kids these days seem less interested in playing a sport or activity and more interested in sitting on their cell phones and playing games. Sometimes kind of just embrace that and make fun of it. Other times try and encourage them to actually hang out more and talk. But that's sort of the nature of their times together. In terms of any aspects that might pertain to neighbors, Upper Deck has the ability to manage their property and the conduct on that property so long as anyone's on their property. The staff, Peter Julke, he already resides at this house on the property. So he'd literally be there 24/7 to attend any concerns on the property. And yeah, we don't have a lot of asks for this application. The first 4 items on this picture are just to allow for the existing parameters. The main one is just that number 5, to permit institutional use being Upper Deck on the property in this building. And also to have an accessory apartment on the 2nd level on the back of the building. So I'd be oriented in a way that's overlooking Randy's kind of open field there. And yeah, they typically have 2 cars on the property, sometimes 3. Yeah, I think that's enough explanation, just an overview. And I do have my colleague here, Kaylin, who can speak to any kind of questions regarding very site-specific questions. And yeah, just open up any questions from yourselves. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Neeson. Are there any questions from council? Councilor Mikulik.
Thank you, Chair McPherson, through you to presenter. Just curious, will this have an effect on the future of the current Upper Deck location, or what's the plans? Are you aware of any plans for the future of the current Upper Deck property? Is it on Rittenhouse Road or what?
Yeah, it's on Rittenhouse Road, undetermined right now. Right now, it's kind of goal is just to find opportunity to be close to the school, but nothing really thought out or explored yet with their current property.
Okay, and then if I may,
Sure,
another
yep.
question. Are kids that go to school at 20 Valley School, are they allowed to leave the property, school property, to go to somewhere other than home for lunch or for
Yeah, so
activities after
we'll
school?
commonly see kids walking down Victoria Avenue down to the Pizza Shack or the Avondale. It's a pretty good distance, unfortunately. So I do know that Peter is interested in being in that close proximity during lunch, and it could be that hangout place inside the building during lunch hour.
Okay, I just wasn't sure what the school board's view on that was. Thank you.
Councilor Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to the presenter. Just a question about the apartment. Will it be a fully functional apartment, kitchenette, bathroom?
Yeah, so it'll be smaller in size, kind of geared more towards a bachelor, fully functional. No particular plans or anything in terms of who would be renting it, but the primary focus is to, one, supply that kind of a need in terms of available housing. In Niagara, our strongest shortage is suitable living for individuals. So they're happy to provide that, and for them it adds an income. They are a charity. They depend on donation. So one thing I've been happy to suggest is finding ways to create that passive income so that they're less dependent on donations and more so self-supporting.
Okay.
So maybe 550 square feet, 500 square feet, kind of smaller in size.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Regima.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. I'm happy to see that you're proposing a secondary unit in there for housing purposes. Our official plan supports it, and hopefully in the future, our zoning bylaw will support it equally, but I guess at this time, you need a zoning amendment for that, but you're already coming forward for some site-specific things anyway. So my question is, you may not know this, but the operation, do you know that if there's any connection with Pathstone Mental Health for the Upper Deck Youth Center, and if not, it might be a good connection to have?
Okay, I'm not aware myself, no. But I could certainly ask that of Peter when I see him again.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Timmers.
Thank you.
Turn you back on.
Thank you. Through to Mr. Neeson. Thank you very much for the presentation. I was having a hard time figuring out who was going to live in the house. So I understand it's Pete Julicki. The building itself, I'm wondering why there's 2 garage doors on the building?
Yeah, so
What is the purpose of that?
the idea is to kind of resemble more of a barn-like building. One thing I suggested to Upper Deck is maintaining a design that is flexible in use. So it's kind of thinking long-term, not knowing, how long they are, what the future holds, that it can, in the future, be used as a wood shop or a garage. It'd be something appealing in terms of resale value. So one thought has been to have that 2 garage doors in the front, have them be glass, and then from the road, can you actually see from a distance, lights are on, someone's there. That's a place I can go to during lunch or after school. So it kind of helps maintain that inviting aspect. Kind of similar to like a downtown storefront. The more glass you have on that storefront, the more people are aware what's happening there and feel more inclined to go inside.
Yeah, I'm just, I see the use and the importance of a youth program. I guess I'm just wondering how Upper Deck will fare if there's, I don't know if there's room for 2 to be active, I don't know, but how would you fund this program? And it would be Pete Julicki who's running the program, or you'd have youth workers, or?
Yep, so Pete Julicki is on staff at Upper Deck.
Okay,
And Upper Deck has, I think, between 3 and 6 volunteers a week to help operate their programs. On any given lunch hour after school or evening, I think it's at least a minimum 2 people there. So they operate the program, and again, they've been around since 2003, I think 17 or 18 years they've been operating.
okay. Great, thank you very much.
Mayor Easton.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Neeson, for your presentation. It certainly is, on the surface, we all know that there's a need for a variety of services within the community. However, the programming and the design features, I believe, Mr. Chairman, require greater explanation. We've just gone through a process of interviewing a variety of people that provide services for youth in the community. We did that as a task force around housing. Particular Councillor Renjima chairs that committee. And so examining the needs and tying those needs to what's being offered on a regional basis as well as our own community is important. And as Councillor Renjima said, tying it to services that we've started to interact with on a more deliberate basis, like Pathstone, is very important. I'm having difficulty establishing how the design of the building and the uses of the building fit in with the bigger picture. And maybe, I'm sorry that you were put in the position of, it's too bad that Mr. Julicki isn't here, but I don't have a problem with staff going forward to do the workup on this. But I want you to understand that I am very reluctant right now, without a more fulsome description of what this means from a social perspective, and particularly around mental health support and other important supports for students. In light of the housing issues that we have with some youth, I would be reluctant to support this because, in fact, I can't remember, since I've been on council, in the last 5 years, seeing Upper Deck come forward. I have no idea what they do there now. Whatever I know, it's hearsay. So I would certainly want to understand that much better. And when you're talking with Mr. Julicki, the mayor isn't saying no. The mayor is saying, as I say to all agencies, if you come to the town and let us know what you're doing, when you come with an ask, we're ready for you. And I'm not ready for this because I really don't know what's happening at Upper Deck these days. Thanks very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Through you, Chair. Yeah, I appreciate you sharing that. Certainly, as a local developer and builder, one of my passions would be to help integrate such community focuses, faith organizations better into development and increase that exposure. I totally agree. I feel they don't have a very strong, obvious presence. They have a very small sign on a fence at the front of Rittenhouse Road. That makes me enthusiastic about this location, that right at the front of the house, right up Victoria Avenue, right across from the school entrance, would be a very big sign saying Upper Deck. And every parent and child would very much see that sign and be more aware. And again, the main purpose that they focus on is creating a drop-in center. It's certainly a casual setting. It's meant to be a safe place for youth and kids to come and expect to have a safe and healthy environment. They can find mentorship outside their teachers or parents. They offer after-school programming to help with education. Peter and other volunteers also go to the school on a regular basis to help with kids who need a little more assistance in their education. So we'll take them out of class and work one-on-one with them. They have other programs geared around youth. A recent one has been operating a food truck for different food events, and that provides youth opportunity to partake in an employment situation. And often it's their first chance getting into some kind of a resume or an impression on another employer. I couldn't speak too much further about the other details, but those are the main ones they operate with. But yeah, again, I really do agree. And my interest would be helping them to be more exposed to the community. I would guess if I polled the school as to how many parents know about what they do, it may not be a lot. That's why I feel this location would be very helpful to get them further integrated with the community.
Mr. Chairman, if we're going to, if we're approving this for a good cause in their mind, we certainly want to do the very best we can for them. And we definitely need more information on their programming. I realize that's not the ask tonight, but
Right.
it's too closely tied for me not to pay attention to that.
Councillor Michalak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to speak again to this. Just something that's come to mind. What's the proposed occupancy of this structure as far as how many youth are using it? Like, is there going to be pool tables in there? Like, what's the proposed occupancy of this structure?
Yep, so currently their highest number they would see, what they call a good night, would be 20 kids on a Friday night. That's not a consistent number, but certainly is one they've seen a bunch. In their current building, yep, they have a pool table, ping pong table, those kind of activities. And again, it's less programmatic, more about a casual setting, a drop-in place, where you kind of go and come as you please. And yeah, we'd expect those kind of things in the building. On the main floor there, upstairs they'd have some meeting space for smaller settings. And again, that small bachelor apartment in the back on the second floor.
So, and if I may, the proposed structure would meet the needs that they currently require?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, back in again as well. Just a question on the lighting situation of this driveway and extended parking lot. What kind of lighting do we have there?
Yep, Through you, Mr. Chair, on the existing house, on the southwest side of that house is a rear side door. It has a light there already. And also on the new building, where there'd be probably a pair of lights on each side of the garage doors. I'd say between the two of those would be pretty adequate lighting. You know, come to think of it, perhaps, you know, on a sensor would be good, just so that as soon as some of the properties lit up really well.
Yeah. Again, my concern is, and again, I know it's for a good cause, and again, I respect that. But again, just the logical side of me, it sends up just a little alarm for my own children to ever use it, would be that you're basically walking through into somebody's backyard, going to seemingly what is a garage in the back, and that's your hangout. And again, it just raises a couple red flags that maybe we should think about the lighting and make sure that it's a completely safe environment if we are going to go down that road. So maybe, again, just as a takeaway, if there's something you can do manipulate to make sure that there's permanent lighting in there, flood lighting, whatever it might be, just to make sure that everything is above reproach.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Neeson. So at this time, are there any other persons present this evening to address the zoning bylaw amendment application by Better Neighborhoods, Inc.? If you come forward, state your name and address and spell your surname for the record, please.
My name is Darren Jessic, last name spelled Jesik. Currently residing at 4185 Cassandra Drive. We're renting that unit in Beamsville. We purchased the lot 4038 on Victoria Avenue on, pardon my reading this, April the 12th of this year. The purpose of the purchase of that lot, which is the adjacent lot, is for our permanent family home. So families here. And the idea is for that home to be our forever home. We purchased the home actually not from Mr. Neeson, but from a person, I guess, who bought the lot from him before. And we are in negotiation with Mr. Neeson to actually have our house built on that lot at this moment. Based on the letter that we received in the mail, we put that on hold for the moment with some concerns over what the use of that lot is going to be. I hadn't actually thought about the lighting situation, but that will have an absolute impact on the house that we are intending to build. One of the things that we've talked about in our household that raises some concerns for me, and I'll read this out. As we went on the Upper Deck Vineland website, the website identifies that it's every Friday and Saturday nights. There's a youth drop-in program for up to 40 youth for indoor and outdoor activities from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. every Friday and Saturday night. Another program on Tuesday nights, and another group uses the facility on Thursday nights for a junior high program. That's 4 out of 7 nights with up to 40 youth. So a significant impact, as I see it, in terms of what I plan to be my permanent and retirement home. In addition to that, I work in Toronto, right beside the airport, but I choose to live here. I grew up in the Niagara region. Many, many years back, for those who've been around the neighborhood for a long, long time, my parents actually had a business in Beamsville. I grew up in the area, and I choose to come back. We actually moved just back from Sarnia, and I choose to live here. But I do have reservations. I have concerns about the use of the property and the impact to my family. The 6 parking spaces, because of where I work, I go to bed between 8:30 and 9 p.m., and I wake up at 4 a.m. to drive to Toronto. I'm not quite sure how this zoning change will impact my ability to stay in the area, to be quite honest. So I have concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jessic. Calling for a second time. Come forward. Sure, come forward. State your name, address, and spell your surname for the record, please.
Hi, Dave Biggar, B-I-G-G-A-R. My address is 4043 Victoria Avenue in Vineland. I would echo the statement of the mayor that there's not enough information available right now for me to comment very far on it. My concerns are around traffic. I see near misses daily in that intersection with trucks that are slamming on brakes and whatnot. it's only a matter of time until there's an accident, a serious one. The other concerns I do have is around lighting. You're going to need a substantial amount of light there. And if you've ever driven by 20 Valley Public School at night, you'll see how much light you need to make a place quote-unquote safe for the people there in the evening. Those lights never shut off over there. They light up my yard because I am directly across the road. So I don't like them, but I understand the necessity. I don't want someone else to do that on the other part of my house, in front of it. There's not a lot of privacy there. And I love children. I have 2 of my own. And I like the cause. But we have before school programs. We have during school programs. We have after school programs. We have summer programs. We have a lot of kids' programs right around my house. And now the proposal, I guess, is to add another one for as many hours as sort of available in evenings and weekends. I don't think the property is necessarily large enough or positioned in the right place to provide an institutional use for such a drop-in center. And as it was said, the drop-in center that is currently there likes their location and I guess has no real need to change location. It's my understanding that it's a tenant in the home right now that's going to run it. And again, we can't tell what the future holds, but if that tenant decides to move, what is to become of the drop-in center? Does it now become 3 apartments? And my other concern is maybe unwarranted, but why would you want to put a bachelor pad over a children's drop-in center? Those are some of my concerns, but I would like to know more. I'd like to see what it is. And hopefully I would have that opportunity at a later date. And this wouldn't be my only opportunity to sort of make comment on it. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Bigger. And your comments are taken and in the record, so thank you. I'm calling again for a 3rd time for anybody that would like to come forward and speak to this public meeting item. As there are no more speakers, I declare the public hearing to address the zoning bylaw amendment application by Better Neighborhoods, Inc. closed. Any further questions from council? Seeing none. We have a motion. The motion being that council receive zoning bylaw amendment application PLZ BA 201-90168 in the name of Better Neighborhoods, Inc. for information, and that a recommendation report be prepared once all comments have been received and issues have been addressed. I will require a mover for that motion. Councilor Renee, all in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, and that is carried. We are now considering delegations. Please note that each delegation may speak for a maximum of 5 minutes. We also have an announcement. Members of council, a request to delegate to item 7.6 PD-83-19 was received after the deadline to register. As per our procedural bylaw, a majority vote is required to permit the delegation to speak. So all in favor? So that is a majority. Carried. Liz Bennion, please come forward. You will have 5 minutes to speak to the item.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Chair and councilors. I'm just going to speak just really, really briefly. I noticed when I was looking at the agenda for the item that I was going to speak to that's now off the agenda for tonight, community improvement plan for Prudhoms. And it just concerned me because I know there's just been a recent case in Port Dalhousie, for example, where a development that was in a prime location was coming forward, and under the rules, they were allowed to apply for the same kind of thing there, and there was a big controversy about it. And this is, again, Prudhome's is a prime site right on the waterfront, and I'm wondering why we would need to give incentives for development like that. And I can certainly understand you might want to incentivize, for instance, affordable housing. But the chances, I think, of a developer putting affordable housing on a prime location on the waterfront is pretty low. I could also see it for downtown Vineland. If we ever got downtown Vineland improved, community improvement incentives there for facades of buildings and that kind of thing, I can understand. But it just strikes me as odd that we would be trying to incentivize something in a prime development location like that that's being completely developed from the ground up, hopefully with really good rules in place in terms of design and in terms of environmental protection. And so I'm just kind of baffled by why we'd be doing that. That's all I have to say. That's it.
Thanks, Liz.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Okay, and you know that we have this on the agenda for a discussion. It's the last item on the agenda tonight, so it'll be a little bit, but
It's okay.
hope you can stay and listen to our discussion.
Okay.
Thank you. No questions from council? Should have asked that when Liz was up, but okay. We have now come to the consent portion of the agenda, which has one item, item 6.1 PD-77-19, status of active residential developments. Would any member like to remove this item from the consent agenda to discuss? There being no one, we will require a mover for the motion to pass the, we may have one now. Maryston.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I'll speak to it because of the amount of effort that goes into producing these reports, and also the additional effort that the staff put into the explanations around the housing trends, which is at the top paragraph on page 27, which I think is quite important. When you're moving along with, over time, you have many applications for development, and it's easy to lose sight of what the ratios are. The density certainly, and expectations from the province, there's no question that they have increased considerably. But the total single detached units that's in the chart on page 26, you know, it's certainly there's competition with townhouse multiples, and we're looking for more apartment units, and we're getting those, although they're not really moving forward at the moment. But 1,185 total single detached units. I'm pleased to see that we've been able to get some balance there, and certainly a lot of that is coming because of the work up in Camden. So there is regard for the individual areas where development is being requested. And so the trends, again, I think it's, you know, important not to lose sight of the forecasting, but also the analysis of the trends. Certainly it's increasing. We're looking at, I think, around over 3,000 starts that we have going forward. And we know that the new housing starts will decline, but the cost of housing is certainly increasing in our area. And we do need to provide choices. It's not about our personal views on what mixed housing should look like, but what is really required by those who are in the housing market. So that's all I wanted to say. It's always good to have this report and have a bit of a reality check on where we are at, because we have a lot coming at us right now, and so this provides a bit of balance. Thanks very much, Mr. Chair.
Chairman.
So thank you, Madam Mayor, and well said. I'm going to consider that an official request to pull that item for consent. We also have other councilors that want to speak to that, so we are now discussing that report, and it has been pulled from the consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to clarify one thing on this report. As you go forward and we see these multiple pages of development, I would like to, and I know that we have done this in the past, but I want to ask the staff to speak to the issue of subdivision developments that have site plan, that are registered. I guess the subdivision is registered, but we don't have site plans, and where these projects go on year after year after year, we don't see any resolution to them. And if there's any cost to us, and what happens when those projects do come on board, are they included in this report?
Director Dale?
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Chairman, I'm just reminded, we have not had a vote to pull it. I'm just talking on,
Judy.
and you're not stopping me. And now I've been told,
We're good, we're good.
we're good?
She's telling me we're good. So I said it. So we're in it.
Okay, all right. Well, I think I've said, I've said enough, Mr. Chairman. You've been more than gracious for me stepping over the line. So that's the comments that I made earlier are comments. My question is, are those latent subdivision, registered subdivisions in here? And is there anything that we do about them? Is there any cost to us having them on the books? If they are revitalized, if they start to become alive again, is there a fee charged for that? What's our position? Thank you.
Director Dale?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, so the list of all of the registered plans of subdivisions and draft approved plans, et cetera, there isn't any cost of leaving those on the list. Draft approval is normally, if you have a draft approval of a subdivision, the approval is for 3 years, and I can say, given the current market conditions, the majority of developments do proceed to registration within those 3 years. There's only the odd one that doesn't. The cost is actually more from the applicant's point of view, because if they get close to the end of their draft approval time, they have to actually pay a fee to have their draft plan extended, but there's really no cost to the town.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, what would that fee be?
Director Dale, do you know the fee?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I don't know the fee off the top of my head, but it's not a lot, but it's enough to cover the administrative costs.
Okay, that's good. Thank you very much. Thanks,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Jima?
Thank you, Chair McPherson. My comment is about, in the report, the statistic that CMHC provides that single detached dwellings are being, or multi-unit dwellings are being built at a 2-to-1 ratio over single detached dwellings, and this has been a trend. So my question is, I think this is a positive thing because we need diverse housing options within our municipality. So, but my question is, and I don't know if anybody can answer this tonight, but I think we need to think about this, and that's to what extent has local municipal incentives played a part in the decision for developers to build multi-unit dwellings at this rate? And if it has been a significant factor, I hope this trend continues, because in particular, I'm hearing that the region is cutting back on some of their incentives. So that's a comment.
Comment? Thank you. And I also appreciate this report, especially in the growth period that we're in now, to see where we're at with each individual residential neighborhood and what's left or what needs to be built. So I think it's a very welcome report every 6 months to see where we're at. So I have a motion that council receive all status sheets related to all active residential developments in the town up to June 30th, 2019. I will require a mover for that motion. Council Russell, all in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Okay, we now go to the regular agenda. We are now considering item 7.1 LS-18-19 Municipal Heritage Committee 2019 Annual Report. Alan Wojcik, Chair of the committee, will provide a presentation. Please come forward, Alan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Mayor, councilors and staff. I'm chairman of the Municipal Heritage Committee. It's mandated under the Ontario Heritage Act, provincial government. We should have 5 members. We're down to 4, but we do have a quorum, and we're working on securing another member moving forward. So this report is at a high level, hence the 5 slides on this PowerPoint. And it's a requirement under the bylaw to provide council with an annual report as well. So the Municipal Heritage Committee, you can see some of the images of some of the outstanding heritage properties in the municipality. And the role of the committee is largely advisory per the bylaw. So we provide counsel, we recommend to council and matters of that ilk. So as you can see by the bullet item, we advise council on identification, recognition, and enhancement, and the proper management of heritage resources in the town of Lincoln. So it's a story that needs to be told. We do have a catalog of outstanding heritage properties, especially in step with the redevelopment of the village of Jordan. I'm thinking Main Street, some outstanding heritage properties on that street. It can inform and actually form an outstanding walking tour of heritage properties in the town of Lincoln. This will drive visitation to Jordan and certainly improve the tourism plant in the municipality as well. So that in itself is an outstanding opportunity for the municipality. And the committee members are quite excited with some of the plans for the village of Jordan. I noticed the infrastructure went in recent weeks, so that's an outstanding start for the historic village of Jordan. Now, committee members, I did allude to the fact we're down to 4 members. The bylaw insists that we have 5, but we do have a quorum. I'm the chairman, and we're other citizen appointees. We're all volunteers, by the way, so bear that in mind. Alex Pasquini, Gary Dandridge, and you probably know Barb Mitches as well. So they are the backbone of the committee. And we're ably supported by our 2 councillor representatives, Lynn Timmers and Tony Brunet, and of course town staff who play an indispensable role with the business activities of this advisory committee, Monica and Trish. So I just want to acknowledge their roles in developing the agendas and keeping us in order for each meeting. Now, the committee update, this is at a high level. Bear in mind, a lot's happened. The committee actually had a late start. We actually didn't have our first meeting until May. So that's been unfortunate, but that's the vagaries of appointments and other business matters. One meeting, unfortunately, had to be canceled due to a lack of quorum. So we've only actually met, I believe, 4 times since the inception of this guise of the Heritage Committee. But we have recommended a heritage designation for 4105 Fly Road in the village of Camden, and that was approved by council. And this was the John Moyer property. You may recognize its actual persona as this beautiful salt box home. It's quite dominant in the village and certainly worthy of heritage designation under the Ontario Heritage Act. Second bullet, recommend the proposed restoration works at 4170 Fly Road be approved. And this particular property is at the intersection, it's the former school, and is the backbone actually of the community in terms of its visual aesthetic, which is so important in a heritage sense. So the committee had no problem whatsoever approving the works there. It improves the functionality of that building, and again, the visual aesthetic from the main road. So that was a nice project to be involved with. And the final, I know Trish is happy with this, we finally completed the bus tour. It's been on the books for, I believe, a couple of years, but it was done, and we did visit quite a catalog of heritage properties, and it brought to mind the breadth of heritage properties in the town of Lincoln. People arbitrarily dismiss heritage sometimes in the town, but we do have an outstanding catalog of heritage properties. If you ever get a chance, look at the database of significant heritage properties in the town of Lincoln, just to refresh your memory, and it's quite an impressive list, one that the town should be proud of. I'm at the point where I may be recommending to the town that we actually pursue a heritage conservation district for Main Street in Jordan, in analyzing the number of significant heritage properties worthy of heritage designation. It certainly could form a heritage conservation district for the municipality. There's one in Niagara-on-the-Lake, so just position your mind for the old town and plant it to the village of Jordan. And with that would be tremendous growth opportunities for the village, and again, would certainly drive visitation to Jordan and the town of Lincoln and all the associated businesses as well. Okay. Committee goals. Heritage inventory is completed and improved, and staff is to hold public consultations in Q2 of 2020. This is part of the ongoing dialogue that the committee wishes to maintain with the community, basically the taxpayers, just to get more people engaged with heritage in the town of Lincoln and to embrace all the good things moving forward around the heritage file. Second bullet is building awareness of the Municipal Heritage Committee and engaging the public. So we're a bit in the dark at the Heritage Committee because it's not a high-profile committee by any stretch, but an important committee, and we need to get the message out. We really do, and this may lead to more proactive heritage designations from property owners, and maybe stepping beyond individual property owners and moving it to a larger sense, perhaps some business with some heritage attributes attached to them. There are many in the town that are worthy of that type of approach to heritage conservation. So that's the mandate. We're going to get more active with social media. We're planting more visual images on the website moving forward, discussing a traditional heritage brochure that captures all the heritage properties, and perhaps an actual walking tour, especially of Main Street. It's somewhat of a missed opportunity, but one that I think the town should seize quite quickly. Future designations, the Bench Brewing Company, a wonderful business. I know it provides a lot of support for the town's activities. And the former Maple Grove School, it's not far from the church, just down the street. And my only observation here is some of the heritage attributes in the interior were somewhat compromised during the renovation of that business activity, but certainly still worthy in terms of the facade and its pedigree of heritage to support a designation. So that's quite exciting as well. Now, plaques. The gold standard, of course, being provincial plaques. Those are the blue and gold plaques supported by the province of Ontario. And lo and behold, the town only has 2. Most municipalities have 8 to 12. Niagara-on-the-Lake has over 30. The town of Lincoln, just the 2. So there's lots of opportunities to garner a provincial plaque and all the good things that come with it. We have some candidates in mind, Beamsville District Secondary School. We just need to identify something of provincial significance that either occurred at this school or is attached to the school, and that would drive that provincial plaque quite nicely. And there's the Phelps property in Jordan. That would be at the east end of that development site that's active right now. There is some Aboriginal remains, and securing a heritage designation or a plaque for that is a priority of the provincial government, having worked there for over 25 years. It's an outstanding file for the town to be associated with. So at our next meeting, we're actually going to be reviewing the town report associated with what I'm assuming is an ossuary site, and if that's the case, an outstanding opportunity for the town to embrace First Nations culture and again drive visitation to the village of Jordan. And that's it. So I'd be
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wojcik. If you just would stay for a moment, if we have any questions. Councillor Timmers.
Thank you, Chair McPherson, through to Mr. Wojcik. Thank you very much for coming tonight as Chair of our Heritage Committee. Just one item I wanted to add is that we will be looking to designate St. Helens Church as well, for sure. And I don't have a question through to you, but I would like to put a question through to the Director of Planning, Kathleen Dale. Regarding the heritage inventory, I know we've worked a long time on that, the whole last term, 4 years, and we were really hoping to see it completed at that point, and I see it's going to be coming forward in Q2 of 2020 for more public consultation. Can you just give me a timeline, like how many, what's our next steps before we can finally complete this once and for all?
I think Monica's going to respond to that.
Sure. Thank you, Monica. I wasn't sure who wanted to answer.
I can speak to that through you, Chair. So yes, the heritage inventory was completed. It has not been approved by council yet. We do want to have some further public consultation, which will happen, like we said, Q2, maybe springtime. We'll send some notices out to all those 300 property owners and have some more public consultation to get some more information out there. And then looking to bring the final inventory to council for approval.
So can you give me a timeline of when that final will come to council?
Through you, Chair, it could be possibly summertime next year.
Okay, thank you very much, Monica. One other question I have for you, Alan. You said we only have 2 provincial plaques.
Yes, yeah.
And can you refresh my memory where those 2, I think the
Yeah.
rest of us might want to know.
Once the Balls Grist Mill at Balls
Okay.
Falls, it's quite prominent.
The Balls Grist Mill.
And the first Mennonite settlement at the town's ongoing new museum site.
Okay.
That's
All right.
it. It
Okay.
came as a surprise to me when I searched the database. I was expecting 8 to 10 when the city of Thorold has just that number. Surely the town of Lincoln should have an equal number.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair McPherson.
Councillor Mikulik.
Thank you, Chair McPherson, through you to the presenter. Great job, and thank you for the effort that you're making in preserving and noting our heritage. Just curious, I got to ask about this Jordan Harbor ship, Le Grand Hermine. How does this,
Yeah, see,
how does this, I
yeah,
understand it's a landmark.
I know it's come up at our committee, and I have reservation. It's not bona fide heritage per se in terms of its attributes. It has not a shady history, but it was a tugboat, and then it was a restaurant. It was based in Quebec, and somehow it ended its way in Lake Ontario, and then it was, it has a murky history at best. And it's just bear in mind, it's just a facade of a ship. It was Cartier's, one of Cartier's. That's why I added the Grand Hermine to the presentation, because it was one of Jacques Cartier's ships. as across the ocean. But it's a replica is what it is. It's not intrinsic heritage by any measure. So, you know, it's more of a, but I will say this, if you search the internet, it comes up all the time, and it gives profile to the town of Lincoln. But to make this work, you will need to improve the local setting of the ship in terms of safety, parking, you know, that type of thing as well, the infrastructure around it, because if we do get a provincial plaque for it or some other recognition through the provincial government, with that comes visitation, because it will be populated on databases.
Well, this is just something that's scratching my head. Like, I don't know if this is a heritage property, or if it's just
We're going
a
to
tourist
investigate it.
landmark. I
Yeah.
think it's, sure. I just, I don't know if it's really strengthening our sense of heritage, or if it's
No.
just
So at this point, the committee
promoting
is
a
investigating.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
it's
we're
only
just
investigating.
yeah,
It's just a point of interest that we're going to
It
investigate.
says future plaques, so
Yeah.
it's not, yeah, you can, and then, through you, another question. Does this committee, does it connect with the youth in the, with, history teachers?
Pioneer Days
Does
as
it
well.
connect with the youth in the community, like with, schools, like, with historical classes, or?
Well, through the website, there's, you know, a fair degree of information on the town's website that youth can engage with. There's Pioneer Days, and there are local events as well at the museums,
Okay.
especially when the new museum is active. Hopefully within a year or so, there'll be programming around that, because why wouldn't you program heritage at that museum, given the local heritage attributes, especially on the main street and environs?
And the reason why I ask through you is that I just want to make sure we're engaging the youth and recognizing our history as well, and heritage as well.
Yeah, it's so important. I agree.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mary Easton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Wojcik, thank you very much for taking on the duties of chair. It's never, this is quite a significant committee within the town, and the work is on the authenticity of what we have here is extremely important. On a couple of occasions, I've suggested that we have two areas in the town that have trees that need to have some research. One of them are the black maple trees that are on Hickson Street, and the oak tree, the very large oak that is on the corner of Regional 24 and Green Lane. I don't know, I didn't see anything in your terms of reference that limit the protection of trees. So I think probably, I've asked about this several times, and it would be beneficial to me to either find out that it isn't within the mandate and we need to find another way to make sure that these trees are protected. But at any rate, I'm suggesting now, Mr. Chairman, that
I agree. I point to the comfort maple in the town of Pelham, a significant tree with a history spanning 400, 500 years perhaps. And it has recognition as well. So you can designate a tree. Mississauga has done it in previous years. There's nothing to, the Heritage Act embraces natural heritage, cultural heritage, and built heritage. So if there are trees identified within the town of natural heritage significance, they can be designated.
all right, well, I'll leave those two with you. That's my official request. I'm pleased that you mentioned heritage conservation districts. I'm not sure that I understand the definition of a heritage conservation district, but we have Jordan Village, but also in South Beamsville, the area of Academy Street to William Street, which is always the subject of the walking tours, has very significant properties there, and I strongly suggest that some consideration be given. Again, I don't know all of the terms that are required to go through that process, but we are going through a zoning process at the moment, and if it's necessary to have this included in the zoning bylaw, it's probably a good idea for us to have a look at that.
So just a bit of background on heritage conservation districts. It forms part of the Ontario Heritage Act. There is a formal application process where you have to validate the criteria against the act. A fulsome report is issued. Typically, you hire a consultant to identify the attributes that support conservation district designation. Just walking down the main street in Jordan, I think there's enough inventory there to support it. It's not just the main street. If you go on 19th Street, there are some substantial heritage homes along 19th Street North, past Schnorr Lane, and yeah.
Well, I don't think you'll have any difficulty in the area that I identified in Beamsville either. So I'll leave that with you. And around heritage inventory, Mr. Chairman, I just want to check with staff that I understand that the public consultation piece and the process that we're using to encourage better understanding and therefore not find ourselves in a situation where there's controversy about that list. However, what do we need to do in the meantime, in the interim, to avoid demolitions? I don't know whether Ms. Kokia has the answer to that or not, through you, Mr. Chairman.
Monica?
Sure, through you, Chair. Currently, the only way that we can avoid demolition is if they're designated. You can't avoid demolition if they're not designated. With being on a heritage inventory list, it does delay the amount of time that you have to get a building permit, and that gives council time to decide whether they'd like to go ahead with designating the property or allowing the demolition.
Okay, so if a person, Mr. Chairman, applies for demolition and the property is on the list, it sounds like that's going to be a red flag. And then staff will, should I understand that staff will then automatically bring that to committee for review with additional information about the historical attributes of the building? Is that how I should interpret that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. The Heritage Committee will decide whether they recommend to bring it forward to council and recommend that it be designated or recommend that to go ahead with the demolition.
Okay, so it does come through the Heritage Committee.
Correct.
Okay. I think that's probably the best we're going to do on that. Okay.
Thanks, Monica, for that explanation. It's a 60-day window that you have. Just bear in mind, the Ontario Heritage Act has been amended significantly recently, and I encourage the town to read the amendments and actually understand the amendments, because it has a profound impact on the way the town deals with heritage and how municipal heritage committees actually operate. And what I'm going to do is bring in the CHO News, there's a summary of the changes. Perhaps Trish can share that with councillors and the mayor and others and town staff. It reviews the changes to the Ontario Heritage Act and its impact on municipalities.
Well, Mr. Chairman, in the past, we've had members of the Heritage Committee take an interest in educating the council in an informal way. And I did find it quite valuable because it did put you on the alert that there were always different ways of doing things. And some of these examples, well, most of them came from other communities, and they were quite valuable. So I certainly would appreciate seeing you more than once a year, Mr. Wojcik. You have a big job ahead of you, and it sounds like your background is compatible with the job ahead, and I would welcome seeing you here more often for an education, for
Or
education
to have a
purposes.
plenary session about changes to the Ontario Heritage Act and its impact on the municipality.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Timmers?
Thank you, Chairperson, just very quickly. And we are very fortunate to have Mr. Rochek as our chair because he does have a wealth of knowledge and experience that he's brought with us, or brought to us. So we look forward to learning more about the Ontario Heritage Acts and the changes that are happening, because I need to get up to date on that as well. I just wanted to comment to Councillor Mikulik. The Grand Hermine ship, we're not discussing designation. We are discussing the possibility of an interpretive plaque. An interpretive plaque is completely different than a designation. Just like when we put an interpretive plaque on the Snur General Store and on the Jordan House, that was not a designation. Those are just a plaque for the community that have a great interest, or a location, or it can be a landscape, it can be a wall, it can be a tree, something that has a real impact on the community, and that ship definitely has literally, I don't know how many people that go there regularly to see that ship. So it would just be kind of a nice thing to have, that people could go and read a little bit about the ship and how it came to be there. So that's basically what the Heritage Committee is discussing. So I just wanted to clarify that. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wojcik. Thank you very much. So, there being no further discussion, we have a motion to receive and file the Municipal Heritage Committee 2019 Annual Report and 2019 Work Plan attached as Appendix A to Report LS-18-19. We will require a mover for the motion. Councilor Rajima, all in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. We are now considering item 7.2, PD-80-19 Municipal Law Enforcement Activity Update. Staff have provided a presentation, and we will have Mr. Dan Smith now speak to that presentation.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, Your Worship, councillors, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening, give you a little bit of an update on what we've been doing over the last year, pushing a little bit further than that, where we're currently at, and where we see ourselves going in 2020 and further. So, basically, just to give you a bit of a overview on what we do as a group, is we support the community, uphold the bylaws and standards that have been passed by council, provide safe environment for the community and the residents and visitors, respond to residents' complaints and concerns, try to address them the best we can. We try to hold people accountable also that are a little bit outside of what the guidelines of the town are, so we're out there trying to do the best we can in that sense, as well as here to support other town departments and assist them in meeting their goals and objectives moving forward. So I want to start a little bit back before 2019 started, and more myself when I was brought on here and was overseeing some of the things that were in place, that some good and some things that I wanted to improve, spruce up a little bit, just to get where I thought our group needed to be and what the representatives of our department should bring to the town and the residents. And originally, this was just meant to be something that was for staff, just to give them some sense of direction on what my objectives were and where I thought we should be going, and to give them some guidance and direction on what that should be. Ultimately, it kind of morphed into something a little bit more that we took a little bit more pride in, and some of those things and the priorities that we set for ourselves, wanted to provide a change in culture, a little bit of change from what was currently in place to where we thought we should go and how we thought we would be able to get there. We wanted to be able to show some trust in results. So if there was things that were going on in the town, requests that were being made, questions that were being asked, we would be able to bring some consistency and trust to what we were able to bring, and know that the answers that we were able to provide and the service that we were able to provide could be trusted. And sometimes in the bylaw world, it can be difficult, because you're usually telling one person something they want to hear and the other person something they don't want to hear. So being able to be a little bit consistent in that and provide that trust was important to us. We also wanted to look at the long term. We wanted to look at solutions rather than Band-Aids. We wanted to make sure that we were going in a good direction, that we could be sustainable, that we could continue progress, and build on what we had at the time, and move that forward. So out of those, we came up with some goals for ourselves, and they're really simple and they're broad. They're basic, but there's a whole lot of meaning to a lot of them. The first one was service excellence, and that's something that we wanted to make sure that we were providing not only to council and other city and town departments, but also to the residents, visitors, anybody in town. We wanted to make sure that our customer service level was through the roof. It's something that's very important to me, something that I've developed an interest in over the years, something that through leadership I've received as I've developed my career, has been something that I've been passionate about, and something that I wanted to make sure that I brought to this group. Also is continuous improvement. So the one thing also that I believe in, and that our team also believes in, is that we don't want to get static. We don't want to stay the same. We want to continually grow and improve what we have and what we have to offer and what we can provide to the residents of the town. And through that, we wanted to just, in a basic sense, increase compliance as well. So that's something, again, that we wanted to be a compliance-first team. We wanted to move away from enforcement first, and to be compliance first, and work with people, establish relationships, and be somebody that, again, through our priorities, that people can trust, to know that we're going to be there doing what we can do, and give them a sense of comfort that we're there to provide that service to them. So in saying some of that, before I move on, the staff, our officers that report to me and ultimately work for us, have really bought into this, and we've seen a lot of improvement there, and I'm really happy with where we're at with how they're conducting their day-to-day business and what they're doing going forward. So the first thing we did, real simple and basic, is we created a new look for ourselves. It's a little bit more standard across the province now, that we're seeing a more uniformed look. There are still some municipalities using like a golf shirt type look. One of the reasons that we wanted to create a new look for ourselves is we wanted to make sure that we were visible. We wanted to provide that visibility out there. We wanted to make sure that people knew we were out there. We wanted to be looked at as somebody that people could approach and ask questions to, that you knew that we're representing the town and what we were doing here. Also changed the name of what our department was. When I came, we were the Bylaw and Municipal Enforcement Services. I thought that was a little long-winded and a little bit outside of what the trend was, so we wanted to be a little bit more professional sounding, and just provide a basic name that spoke to what we did. Part of what we do is not only assist with or reports based on complaints and assist residents, but we also work with, I think this slide could have been condensed into all departments instead of listing every single one of them, but we do a lot of work, but also these departments also do a lot of work with us too, so it's not just one-sided. We get a lot of support back, but just a little bit about each of the fire departments. We work very closely with inspections. We're doing a lot of inspections. Specifically, we've been seeing an increase in some of our hoarding inspections. We have a very good relationship with them. We work very closely with them in the setup and installation of fire access routes, and we've also worked with them on transitioning some of the enforcement and inspections from the open air burning bylaw from fire to our team. as we're out on the road a little bit more, and sometimes in the evenings when some of this is happening, we can address it without actually having to send a full fire crew out. So we've done that transition. Community services has been a great support for us, and we try to help them where we can, whether it's with buildings, parking lots, I mean, pretty much everything under the sun. Shannon can attest to pretty much everything that they do. The building department, we work closely with them when we're doing inspections to see if there's building permits in place. It's a really close relationship that we have with them, and they support us, we support them. Planning is something that we do with our zoning bylaw, and where we ultimately sit underneath. So we've had great support there, and provide zoning enforcement and inspections when are required. Public Works, we also do some work with drainage, and they're the ones that are responsible for providing new bylaws for signage for parking. A lot of times people assume that the enforcement team is the one that actually determines where the parking signage is supposed to go. It comes through the engineering services team. We make sure people are directed that way, and we'll also enforce when they have something that's been put in place. Work closely with finances. There are some obviously parking penalty notices are being paid. We want to make sure that we have a good relationship with them so that we can actively and accurately report what's been happening through our team. Our communications team has been a big help for us, and I've worked very closely with them, not only with the creation of our new look, our uniformed look. They've designed the crest on my shoulder as well. And they've put a lot of things in place on our website that have improved what we've been doing, and also provided some transparency and more avenues for people to have opportunity to see what we do, also to get a hold of us when they need something from us. We have more coming with them, so I'm excited about that coming forward. We're very closely with clerks, so we do a lot of information sharing and a lot of file storing review, and sometimes we can find it, sometimes we can't. So Trish knows what I'm talking about. But very, very good relations. They've also helped me a lot since I've been here with some of the information we've tracked. And then economic development, we do a lot of work with Paul too, and some of it's behind the scenes, and make sure that properties are keeping up with what our minimum standards are, so we can he can do his thing and attract new businesses to the community. So as long as we're out there doing that, keeping the community looking the way that it should, we lend a hand there as well.
So Dan, just as a time check.
Yep.
So we're on page 5.
Yep.
And I see you get 19 pages.
I could talk for like
So
5 hours, so if you want to hurry me
How far
up, it's
are we in?
okay.
I don't want to cut you off, but.
Yep.
Keep moving.
Good, yeah.
Keep moving.
So just a little bit about our participation and what we're doing with the regional government as well. Through our department, we sit on the Cannabis Working Group. That's something that's done through Public Health. Also, the Smoke-Free Ontario sessions that we sit in, which has to do with cannabis, vaping, and tobacco. We sit in quarterly meetings with them as well. Something new that we're sitting on is the Municipal Alcohol Policy Working Group. And we're hoping to see a lot more change there with some provincial legislation changes. And I know the Community Services is working on another policy there as well. We participate in the Property Standards Ontario Regional Group. That's also run through the region. And in 2020, we'll be joining the Joint Board Management Group through the regional court systems. So it's something that's a 3-year rotation, and we're going to be part of that in 2020. So this is a lot of it I've outlined in the report, so I'll try and get through this stuff fairly quickly, but this is just some of the things that we've been working on in 2019. And a few of them that I'll list. We've redone the Clean Yards bylaw by just adding some information on graffiti, the ability, strengthening the enforcement aspect of it, and how we serve notices, which improves in turnaround times, and we've seen an increase in compliance as well. We've updated the noise control bylaw and actually done quite a revamp of that, specifically with noise exemption permits. Also, again, strengthen some enforcement wording in there just to give the town a little bit more authority when there is something going on. We rewrote the animal control bylaw. We also redid the appointment bylaw for municipal law enforcement officers, as well as appointed certain officers as weed inspectors through the province. We've passed a few brand-new bylaws, one the private property parking bylaw, the unauthorized parking bylaw on land. We've redefined the officers' hours as well to be a little more supportive of the community. So we're on the road from starting at Monday morning at 8 a.m. We go till 10 p.m. every single evening. That's straight through till Saturday at 10 p.m. Through the summer months, we increase that to being on the road until midnight. That's Friday and Saturday. We've continued to make progress on the parking penalty system software with information services, and we're seeing an improvement there, and that's a result of some of the increased parking revenue that we're seeing, holding people in violation a little more accountable. We've standardized a lot of our templates. One of the things that we've changed is there was a lot of inconsistency on the information that residents were receiving from us when there was a violation in place. We've created one simple template for each different bylaw that is more specific, direct, and easier to read. It also makes it easier for the officers. They know exactly what to use, so they can use their time a little bit more wisely and more efficiently. We've improved officer training opportunities by sending officers to certification courses through Municipal Law Enforcement Officers Association for the province, as well as the Ontario Property Standards Association. Officers will be certified in this once that's done, but that does take a few years, but that will increase the level of knowledge our officers have when they're out working in the community. I spoke a little bit about the weed inspectors. We've certified our officers there so they can enforce the Weed Control Act through the province. And we've also completed the RFP and selection process for the animal control service provider. We've established some better opportunities for residents to file complaints through online complaint forms through the website, as well as when they want to contest a parking penalty notice, they can also do so on the website through a screening form. Residents no longer are required to come to Town Hall to fill out a hard copy. They can actually just do it from their cell phones or from their own home, and we get more information from people that way as well. They're more willing to speak through typing than they are generally face-to-face with us, so it's been very useful. Just with our website, we've also provided a lot more information on cannabis there, which has been something that's come up a lot this year, as you all know. And specifically, we've added an animal control information portal that also gives a little bit more information to our residents about where that enforcement team is coming from and how to contact them. One thing that we're really happy with is we built a new property standards appeal process. We hadn't actually had a property standards appeal in over 10 years. We actually had our first one a week and a half ago in that time. So we were successful in ensuring that our Committee of Adjustments, who act as Property Standards Committee, had the proper information available to them so that we were able to provide a very professional service to the appellant, as well as allow the town to represent themselves through the order, and also meeting the obligations of the legislation passed by the province. We've improved and going to continue to improve the communication plan with the Niagara SPCA. We've recently had them at our town hall for a clinic, but we're going to be increasing that to be at some of the town festivals, and also be using that mobile clinic at more of our facilities throughout the year and years to come. We've increased our involvements and completed a bunch of public information centers around the new bylaws that we've passed, and also joined a participated in a new agreement with the region on court services and how prosecutions will happen and the allocation of fines to the town. And we've increased our involvement in the community as it relates to ward meetings, BIA meetings, AGMs, and public meetings and open houses. Developed operational plans for cannabis and clean yards. It's been something that's been needed, and we've created those operational plans, and the officers have run those themselves. I spoke with the open air burning complaints, and we've been trained to support clerk's department for the to assist with the burial permits when when needed and during after hours to make it more accessible to people that need that service in an uncomfortable or upsetting time for them. Just quickly, some of the results that we've seen this year. I will just briefly say that we're working closely with information services on some new software for our team to use. I know the whole town's been speaking to them regarding different things that have happened within their own departments. We've done the same. We're still working through some kinks, for lack of a better word, on how we record some of our information. So the information I have before you now is what I can actually report on, and it's the actual hard numbers that we have. I do believe the 2019 numbers are a little bit higher, and it's a process we're working on with staff to make sure that those numbers are exactly what they should be. But currently, we received about 512 complaints this year. I believe that number's probably closer to 700, but what I can report on is that. So you can see it's broken down a little bit on what the results of some of those complaints were. So 60 of them were just an officer going out because we received a complaint and there was no violation there at all. One that we had a 0 at last year was charges laid, so we've been able to follow through on a proper enforcement strategy and ensure that individuals who are not complying with the bylaws are actually, we've used the appropriate tools to lay charges there. Sent 18 of these calls to contractors to actually have to go and do work because of lack of compliance. One of the best number there is 158 files with received compliance without an issue of an order, where we've been able to work with the property owner without having to use any enforcement tools. There's next 3 slides are just some things that we've done so you can see kind of the work that our officers have done. This was a property that we got a complaint at that an individual lives on the 2nd floor of a building, and they use the stairwell to access their property. The stairwell led up to a roof that was open on all sides, obviously very dangerous. It did not comply with our property standards bylaw. We had an individual that reached out to us for some assistance as they had the Niagara Region Fax team there had actually asked that their child be removed because of the safety issues. We put certain things into place based on an order, and you can see through this slide we were able to have the appropriate safety features added to the roof so that the family could go about living and not have living as a family and not have to worry about the safety aspect of what it was is walking out into an open roof. So that was something that we were successful in through property standards. This one is a property that I know the town had been working on for I think 4 years. It was a vacant building, and we were having trouble contacting the owner. Eventually our officer was able to do so. And through our property standards bylaw, able to get the building boarded up to prevent trespass and to prevent vermin from getting inside. Also maintaining the outside of the property. This owner was looking to sell the property, and even though the windows and doors are boarded up, it still is a little bit more appealing to a buyer in this sense, and also the residents that are living around it. It's a little more aesthetically pleasing. Another one that we've been working on for a while, you can see, well, you really can't see much in this other than just a lot of long grass and garbage and debris. Just through working with the property owner, we were able to get the property to a state that looks more like this, where you can see the building from all sides. There's still some work to do on the landscaping, and this one's still a work in progress, but you can see the improvements that we've made with some of the work that the officers have done. Quickly, parking, we've increased the parking penalty notices that we've issued. We enforce proactively and reactively through parking. One thing that is important to note is the parking revenue from 2018 to 2019, and I have recent numbers as of today, is that $20,934 is now at $23,538. So we've just about doubled what we've done in 2018. Officers have been working hard to make sure that the parking bylaws are being upheld. The screening numbers are a little bit, they're hard because 2018 we didn't have a great record-keeping process for this. We've improved that, so we were able to see better numbers here. And to see that 83 tickets out of the 824 have been contested. You can see the percentage of cancellations, tickets that have been lowered and tickets that have had no change. That is all through screening requests. This is ultimately a review of where we're seeing a lot of the parking enforcement. The top three generally are the parking in assigned areas, so it's a no parking area. We're seeing enforcement in that aspect, parking facing the wrong way, and also exceeding 24 hours. Those are probably the ones that we see the most complaints about, as well as the ones that we do the most enforcement on. So what we're seeing, second last slide. So what we're seeing here is what we're going next year and what we would like to do and some of the things that we'd like to meet. So we're looking, and this will be brought forward very, very soon in the new year, is a site alteration bylaw with the inclusion of a tree provisions for urban areas. We're looking at bringing forward a new parking bylaw that will speak to parking on the roads during snow events to assist our public works team in snow clearing. We want to rewrite the property standards bylaw, and it's a lot of, property standards bylaw is a lot of housekeeping and some enforcement information, and also making sure that there's some things in there that shouldn't be in there that we should be cleaning up to bring it to a place where it's a little bit more modern and useful for our municipality. We are looking to establish a municipal licensing program, and the first schedule that we'd like to include into that is the cannabis production facilities, so we'll be looking at a lot of work in that aspect. Seems like some of it got cut off at the bottom, but there's we're looking to establish a new process with our contractors. So when there's non-compliance with an order, we're looking to set up either a roster or things that are better suited in our procurement process to address these non-compliance issues quicker, as well as to hold some of our contractors accountable for the work that we're expecting to be done and put some processes in place so that we can monitor that work closer. We're looking to establish a school enforcement policy. That's something we're working on now and will be brought into force into the new year. We're looking to keep the schools safe, obviously, with parents picking up kids and dropping them off. We want to make sure that they're using the roads and the parking areas appropriately so that there's no danger for the kids that are leaving the school and coming to meet their parents. We're looking to increase proactive activity related to cannabis grow locations, so we're going to be doing some more clean yards and property standards proactive work on those. It's going to be an operations plan that's currently being developed by one of our officers. We're going to improve our SOPs. SOPs are always improving, so we're going to be doing that as well. We're going to be amending with community services our parks bylaw, and I believe that will be coming forward very soon. And we're going to be researching what it's going to look like to move our processes into the AMPS bylaw, which is the Administrative Monetary Penalty bylaw, and move more of our bylaws over to that to improve our services, also try to improve compliance timelines and provide more opportunity for the town and individuals who may have been issued a fine in the past to have a better service in place. Other than that, that's I say basically a long-winded version of what I wrote, but that's where we're at.
It's a lot. It's a lot. Good stuff, Dan. I have Councillor Rajima.
McPherson, thank you for your presentation. Ironically enough, a post came up on Facebook, a memory post that I posted about 3 years ago, hiring a bylaw enforcement officer. And I thought about all the changes that have happened in Lincoln over the last 3 years, certainly very positive changes. And I appreciate your appreciation of the balance that bylaw enforcement is. I know you're passionate about it. I have one question, and that is on page 82, when you talk about the changes that have happened in 2019. Numbers 3 and 4, you talked about private property parking bylaw and the unauthorized parking on land bylaw. And I know those came to us and there was public process, but I can't remember, did we deal with, did we make any changes to the ability for people within the urban area to park RVs and boats in their driveways? Did we?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So not specifically those types of vehicles, that would be something that would be through the zoning bylaw and it's going through review right now. We did address just vehicles in general and ensuring that they're using appropriate parking surfaces on their property. But as it relates to RVs or the type of vehicle, boats, trailers, that would be something that we'd see through a zoning bylaw and, as I said, being looked at currently.
Okay, thanks, I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Pachariva.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. Through you to Officer Smith, thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you very much, Dan, for adding ward meetings to your sundry list there. You were able to come to Councilor Bernay and mine and answer a few questions. A couple questions with respect to the report. So on your page number 7, so redefine officers' hours to provide enhanced community support. I appreciate the changes, but we're not there yet. So with respect to Sundays. So Sundays, there's events happen. As you know, Sundays, developers aren't supposed to be working. And we've had numerous complaints over the summer about work taking place and nowhere to turn. So wondering how you're going to address that going forward as a 2020 to-do item.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. So, yes, you're right. Sundays are a day that we're not on the road. That has there's a few different factors that come into play there. One are resources. We try to use the resources that we have to make sure that we're on the road when we're seeing the most number of complaints, the most need of the community. Not that Sunday is not a need. It's just the day of the week that we generally see a lower number of complaints, although we do deal with the ones that you've spoken to, and our officers are, because they're passionate about what they do, they're flexible in their work hours, so we've been able to shift some of their work around so that they can be available on some Sundays. However, it comes down to the amount of complaints that we generally get and the resources that we have and applying them appropriately to the days of the week that we feel that we need them the most.
Okay. I just personally, I think it's a chicken and egg situation where if they know you're not there, they can't complain, so they call us. So maybe that's something hopefully we can look at going forward. I appreciate the, being the budget chair, I appreciate the increase in revenue on the parking fines, but again, a little thing there. So those are amount of tickets written or actually revenue collected?
So you threw me, Mr. Chair. So the number is the amount of tickets issued, the 800 and whatever it is, 800.
Yeah, 24.
That's the number of tickets that actually have been issued.
Okay.
And the number, as of today, it increased to $23,538. That's the revenue. There's still, that's not including the outstanding amounts that are still owed.
Okay, very good. And again, you know, playing both sides of the fence, there's that education component that goes with it. So, you know, looking at the parking review breakdown, you know, no parking signed or handicap parking or things like that, there's really no grounds for interpretation. You're breaking the law. But something, and again, if I'm wrong, because you're the expert, something innocuous is, you know, parking the wrong way. So someone's moved out, the kids are playing road hockey, they parked the wrong way at the end of the driveway to prevent the kids from rollerblading out on the road and getting the ball. In the scope of the greater good or traffic or Highway Traffic Act, is that something where we could say, hey, you know, there's a teaching moment. It's not allowed, but again, I don't think it's going to be the be-all and end-all about. And it's one of those friction points, if you know where I'm going with this, Dan.
Yeah, absolutely. It's through you, Mr. Chair. It's a bylaw. I answer this question a lot actually when people come in and speak with me. It's a bylaw in place it's a safety bylaw, basically. If you're on the wrong side of the road, then the driver's on the wrong side basically on the inside part of the curb instead of out into the road. So if someone were to park in front of you, you then pull into the road, and you have a blind spot when you're pulling into the road, you're also crossing into oncoming traffic if you're parking that way, driving on the wrong side of the road. Yes, we do a lot of communication and discussions and education with people. If there are people outside and we can be able to identify, if there's neighbors, we'll say, hey, do you know whose car this is? And we'll do that bit of education with them. If there's nobody around, part of what parking enforcement is to break habits. It's to make sure that people don't get comfortable doing something that they shouldn't be doing, so that you can, and the easiest, best way, most efficient way to deal with that is to issue them a parking penalty notice, provide them the opportunity to appeal it if they want to. But if somebody's there, we'll definitely have a conversation with them before we actually act and do any enforcement.
Okay, excellent. And one more, Mr. Chairman, if I may. I'm going over the limit, but one last one. Winter parking cul-de-sac. So came up during last year's election, came up again at the ward meetings. So there seems to be this inequity that we've created with, so you can park on the street on designated parking, but in a cul-de-sac from November the 1st to April the 30th, it's verboten. So knowing again that, people that live in cul-de-sacs are responsible. When the snow's coming, they'll get their vehicles off the road. Is that going to be a Vision 2020 item that we're going to look at?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I know we've had discussions about it for sure. I would have to speak a little closer to the engineering services team because they're the ones that developed that bylaw, however, through Public Works, but I'm not passing the buck by any means. I mean, I know enough about it to understand why it's there. It's to allow for the snow clearing. It's to allow that when the road gets a little bit tighter because of the snow on the side of the road, and emergency vehicles are able to make those turns that they need to make in a cul-de-sac. It's also, again, to ensure that there's not bad habits being created. You can rely on people to make sure that they're moving their vehicle when it snows, but you can't guarantee that they're going to be doing that because there could be other things going on in the house that we're just unaware of. So it's just to make sure you're establishing something where you're not creating a scenario where somebody has to remember to do something in an event of a snowstorm or something like that, is to make sure that it's just not there at all during those months.
Okay, great. I appreciate that because I think it's been a one size fits all applied. So we've got cul-de-sacs out there without a boulevard. So the space constraints becomes a moot point. So if we could, have a look at that going forward, look at them on a one-by-one basis. Sure, there's probably ones that are still going to be problematic, and they can be looked at accordingly. But it's that one brush that gets me. So appreciate you looking into that. Thank you very much, Dan.
Councilor Mikulik.
Thank you, Chair McPherson, through you to Dan Smith. We've gotten to know each other throughout the year, and I think the people in the community appreciate what you and your staff do. There's always going to be those that are nervous when they see your truck pull in, but for the most part, it seems like you've been well received. A question I have is with regards to parking during special events. Some things I've heard from residents is that they're getting parking tickets where normally they'd be able to park on their street, and then during special events, they're getting ticketed. And is there any way to offer passes or offer exemptions to that? Especially one in mind is that Art Fest. A lot of people in that area.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. I mean, there's lots of options. There's always something you can look at. There's never really a situation where you're kind of out of something that you can do. I mean, I think the municipality tries to put the best system in place to ensure safety. That's usually always number one, is making sure it's safe, and with the increased vehicles in the area and people walking, pedestrians, you want to make sure that certain areas are left free and clear for sight lines, for emergency vehicles, things like that. But yeah, you can look at things like that. I do know municipalities that use permit systems during special events. I know specifically that the Art Fest actually, just to clear up any misconceptions, most of the notices or tickets that we issue are actually in signed no parking areas. There are temporary signage areas that are created, but we actually get very few tickets in those areas. People generally seem to pay attention to some new signs that are quite large, and kind of get nervous and stay away from those areas, or out of respect for what the rules are, they stay away. It's the ones that are there all the time that we're seeing actually some of the issues. That's why we have officers in the area, just to make sure it's clear what the enforcement rules are. But yep, to answer your question, there's definitely opportunities to do different things, for sure.
Now, if I may, I have another question with regards to the safety of yourself and your fellow officers when it comes to investigating these cannabis organizations or these cannabis grow-ops that first call, like, what sort of safety measures do you take to ensure that nobody gets hurt, or there's no, not everyone, I'm sure, welcomes you, with a cup of coffee in their hands. So how do you deal with safety with regards to investigating new complaints that?
Yep, through you, Mr. Chair. It's has a lot to do with training. It's the training that we provide internally. It's the training that we send officers out to understand, to be aware of your surroundings, know what to look for if you're in a situation that makes you feel uncomfortable. I mean, the one thing about bylaw, and I make sure that the officers that work for us know this, is generally, something that's a bylaw issue is not a life or death issue, and if you need to, if you feel uncomfortable and you need to leave to get another officer to accompany you, we have a good relationship with the police service, where they would also join us if we're at a property that we had some discomfort being there, just uncertainties about what the situation is. So the officers have quite a bit of information they have available to them, also based on history, what's been going on the property, working with the other departments that they can reach out to and get more information before they go. So researching before they're there is something that's important for them as well. But just support from their team and being aware of their surroundings, training, things like that is kind of where we're at. And it's never a certainty that we won't get into a difficult situation. It happens. But just making sure that they're acting appropriately, looking after themselves, anybody they're with, is paramount, and we can always go back the next day to look at something if that's the case.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councillor Reimer.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. Excuse me. Through you to Dan. Thanks very much for your report, Dan. Thank you also for the work of your team. I know that Lynn and I had you on speed email quite a bit at certain times this year, so thank you very much for your attention to all those issues. With relation to cannabis control and issues like the whole umbrella, would you be able to give a type of measure, a percentage of time that you estimate you would spend on that, like for this past year, and also maybe with all the things that you talked about related to cannabis as well, what you project 2020 to be?
Yeah, to you, Mr. Chairman. A lot.
Yeah.
A lot of it was, there was a lot of site visits. Site visits will take an hour, hour and a half just to complete, just to make sure you're getting a sense of what's going on at the property. Probably 7 out of every 10 phone calls I've got through the summer were related to cannabis. Each one of those is a good half an hour conversation, at least, just to make sure that people have the right information. It's more important to me to spend a few extra minutes with somebody to make sure that they have the right information than to try and speed through everything to, and not give the information or the time that person deserves. So it takes time. To give a good sense of my time, I'd say a good 70% of my summer was spent on cannabis, learning about it, being at properties, talking to people, meetings, things like that. So it took a lot of time, well worth the time though. From what I know now compared to what I knew a year ago today is, I, to be honest, never thought I would know this much about the world of cannabis that I do, which makes me confident in the fact that when I do speak to people, I can give them the right information. So I'd say as it relates to everything that we do, I'd say I spend a good 70% of my time on cannabis this summer.
And then assuming this coming year, I'm assuming it's going to increase?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, it will definitely increase for some of the same reasons, making sure that we're still holding people accountable and applying our interim control bylaw, what we have now, answering questions when there's an odor issue. But we're also going to be looking at what the business licensing bylaw as well. That'll be a development of a brand new bylaw with a new schedule that is not something that a lot of municipalities have done. Will be one of the first. There are some that are starting it, so we do have a base to talk to some other municipalities about what they've been doing to see best practices. It is, I'd say, a major priority for our section, plus the town in general, to get something in place that is usable and strong, so that we can ensure that the industry is being set up properly, so they can either operate or not operate in the right areas. And it again will take up a lot of our time, but a lot of time well worth spending.
Right, thank you, Chair.
Councillor Timmers?
Thank you, Chair McPherson. Thank you very much, Dan. Great report. You've certainly accomplished, you and your team have certainly accomplished a lot in the last year. Some things that I never thought I would ever see, and we're thrilled. So well done. The Niagara SPCA Humane Society, their mobile unit, I was so excited to see that parked here that one day, and I'm just wondering, do we go through you? Is there a schedule of moving it around in the town? Because I would like to see it offered up in the Camden area. So I'm just wondering how would we arrange that?
Yep, through you, Mr. Chair. It's a combination effort really between ourselves, community services, and our communications team. Our communications team has established a good relationship with their communications team, so they've been working together back and forth on setting some of this stuff up with community services and the events that they're running, and making sure that there's an appropriate fit for it and for timelines and things like that. So to answer your question, you could reach out to myself, Carrie, or Sarah.
Okay.
I think that would be a good start, and then any of us, we all work together anyway, so anything like that would
Okay.
be able to get the ball rolling on something.
Sounds good. No, I think maybe in the spring be something really great in the rural areas to get that up there. But anyway, thanks very much, Dan. I look forward to 2020. You've got a big list there. So look forward to that coming, the reports coming on that. So thank you very much for the work that you've done.
And Mayor Easton?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Dan, for your report. I had quite a discussion, Mr. Chairman, with Dan today about his report. I'm very pleased with the professional nature and consistency with which work is being done now. It's very reliable, and certainly some very difficult matters that you've dealt with, and it's great to see that tenacity at work. Mr. Chairman, with the increase in activity, I asked Mr. Smith a question today about the reporting mechanism, the lack of ability to report 100% accuracy on the activity levels. I'm concerned about that, but I think I'm more concerned about the kind of efficiencies that we're going to be looking for in a department that has a very, very exponential growth in terms of the demands on it. So when I look at the amount of staff that you have and what you've been able to accomplish, it certainly is laudable. But what does the future look like in terms of technical systems? It doesn't seem that we're really putting anything in place. So I just, I know the answer to the question, but I'd like Dan to talk about it more, because I think it's important for us to be thinking in these terms as far as efficiencies go in other departments as well. So this is really about the information systems, Dan, regarding documentation.
Yep, through you, Mr. Chair. It's, we've been working on trying to find a system that's appropriate for us. I've been working with Matt and Kathleen on it as well for some time. The system that we have is usable, and we're making the best of it. There's a lot of aspects of what we do that we need a little bit more robust system in place in order to track calls, minimize human error in inputting information, have access to a little bit more information sharing from what is happening throughout the other departments. Things like that, note keeping, document sharing, template, there's a myriad of lists of number of things that any kind of software could see. I mean, a lot of it has to do with cost and where the money's more appropriately used at certain times. Understanding that we do have something in place that is functioning, but not up to what we would like to see to improve what we could provide you through numbers, analytics, 100% accuracy and reporting, things like that. So there is a ways to go. I know the IT services is working on a fulsome review of everything that's happening, not just with our systems, but right across the town. I've certainly spent my time explaining to them what I thought was the most useful for us, and I took advantage of that time for sure. But I know that there are things in place, and we're moving forward with a lot of that, and I would expect that our department would receive the same type of treatment that every other department would be, and the need will be applied as such.
So, Mr. Chairman, another part of this related to the shared services motivation that's coming from the province, and I can't imagine that there aren't other municipalities that have these systems in place, and I wasn't too sure whether or not that was something that we could take advantage of. Can we share those systems? Can the data, not the databases, but can the system be shared so that we can separate our data, but we wouldn't have to spend, I think the number that you gave me was $90,000 to improve the information system.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, I was in and around that number. I think sharing internally through the departments is probably more likely, being on the same system as our planning department, our building department, things like that. But that means that you can also take advantage if other municipalities have the same software and they want to come on board using the same software. You could generally, you have to bring somebody in from out of town to set it all up for you. You can work with them to get costs lower, to share that service, to bring somebody in to work with ourselves. Like for instance, for example, if Grimsby was going to be using a system that we were going to be using and we had to bring somebody in to get it set up for us, we could share the cost of bringing somebody in to get it set up if that's something that we wanted to use in the same sense as they do, but actually sharing the database with the information, I'm not sure that we would be able to go quite that far with it. And I think some of it has to do with privacy reasons, what the municipality is able to share with other municipalities. So I think that's where we're going to end up with it, more internal sharing.
So we can expect to hear that about that in the future. And Mr. Chairman, the contractor work is of interest to me because these are, it doesn't mean that contractors are not doing good work, but there is such a thing as the town maintaining control over the quality of work and the quantity of work that we want done, given the money that's available. So I don't think I quite understand what that entails. I mean, there's an assumption, I think, that we would monitor every contract that we have to the extent that we're getting the best value for our money. So from the bylaw perspective, what does that look like?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. So, we don't have any contracts currently other than our animal services one, but that's for an enforcement aspect instead of a work aspect. So we do need to set up a process with our procurement team to establish a system where we have contractors under contract with us so that we can performance manage, we can set expectations, we can monitor the work that they're doing a little better than we can now. We've been lucky up until this point. We are using our procurement bylaw appropriately and using quoting systems and getting work done on an as-needed basis. And we, as I said, we've been lucky in that aspect that we haven't had issues. However, in my past, I've had numerous issues in this area, and establishing something with contractors and separating it into a clean yards group, a property standards group, towing, things like that, so that you have that service available when you need it, and you can get things done quicker, understand what the process is, be able to give information to residents a little bit more clearly, consistently letting them know what costs generally would be if they were to not comply with an order. Things like that, having that set up is important for us moving forward. As I said, we've been lucky up until now that we haven't had to deal with that, but it will happen, and putting ourselves in a position to have some say in what the result is important for the town in general.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So before we leave, Dan, I have acting CAO McKay that would also like to make a comment to the IS or the IT question.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the Mayor. So yes, the first part of the corporate IT systems review is to look at the needs and the gaps of all of the lines of business across the organization, and then prioritization of that. Prioritization will mean looking at the efficiencies and the effectiveness that can be gained, the service level areas of improvement, and then the prioritization for the costing and the funding, and we may be able to secure additional funding through modernization. We may also be looking at shared services with other municipalities, providing we can parse out and protect that personal information that is collected. And just to add another comment, if I may, onto the end of what Mr. Smith said about the reliable contractors is we've started a new process between Public Works and Community Services where we've built out a bit of a roster for contractors that we need on a regular basis, whether it's somebody to take down a tree or an electrician or a plumber, and we'd like to really expand that corporately. So we know that they're reliable, we know that they have good references, we know basically what they're costing us, and we've just adopted that this year in 2019, and that's working well thus far, but it's a finer defined area of business so far, so we'd like to expand that out as well.
So, thank you, Dan, for that presentation, and I think about the last sort of 45 minutes that we've spent talking about this, and I hearken back probably 4 years ago when it was a bit of the Wild West here, when we shared a bylaw officer with another municipality, and that bylaw officer was on vacation, generally when you wanted a bylaw officer. So we've obviously come a long way. We're a very professional organization, and your group has done a great job in enforcing the bylaws, and that's, I think that's credible, and that's what we expect to have. That's what our residents expect. So nice job, nice update. Thank you. So there being no further discussion, we have a motion to receive and file the municipal law enforcement activity update. We will require a mover for the motion. Councillor Pachariva, all in favor? All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. We are now considering item 7.3 PD-78-19 official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment application by Vineland Growers Cooperative. Are there any questions from council? Councilor Brunei.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So through you to the planning department, I have just a couple questions. So, so what I'm seeing here from the original public meeting we had with the application proposed 35 two-story and 5 single, now we're down to 33 and 5. I'm wondering through you, Mr. Chair, to the planning department, if any of the residents that had concerns at those early meetings, if their questions, concerns have been dealt with, or where are we with the public consultation? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bruder?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. So whenever we bring a recommendation report forward, we typically send out notification of when it's coming forward and when it's going to be made available on the agenda. We send that out to all the people on the open house and public meeting, the ones that sign the visitor register. This is not a Planning Act requirement. Typically with Planning Act, you only need to, make notification of the public meeting and open house and then again of the decision. But, as an extra measure, we do that. And as a response, we only had one resident just reach out today. Still a little bit concerned about the number of units, but that is all of the input that we've received since the public meeting.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, if I could just continue, I have another question with regards to the sanitary system upgrades. So in the report, it speaks to work being done with the region and design and upgrades to the Bridgeport pumping station. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the planning department, do we anticipate any delays that the applicant might have to undergo here? Or is everything flowing as we anticipate, and there's no anticipated delays regarding the sanitary sewer?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So, the region is well aware of the application of the proposed development. As such, we've been working with them to make sure that's incorporated into the design. The design is now underway. I understand that it is anticipated, or the region is hoping it will be completed spring next year. There'll be a PIC in the first quarter of 2020. But at this point, I don't anticipate any delays. We're also working along with the region, working in lockstep with the applicant and their consultant, just about, the development or the property as it stands right now is still utilizing some sanitary capacity, so we're working with the region there to recognize that, and there might be some credit there to, if things were, if construction could occur quicker, maybe there's some allowance there to initiate it earlier. But as it stands, there's no delay that I'm aware of with respect to the sanitary improvements.
Thank you, Mr. Bruder. And my last question, through you, Mr. Chair, is in the report, it speaks to some open space that the applicant, Vineland Growers, would be turning over to the town, green space. And I'm wondering if you could just kind of elaborate on that and what that might look like going forward.
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair. So that's correct. We heard at the public meeting, we did hear some comments about the amount of units and looking at some of the perceived compatibility issues that might be there. One of the solutions we discussed with the applicant was they'd have to provide parkland dedication, or if they didn't, cash in lieu, in recognition that there isn't a lot of open space available in that particular area of the town. That's something we worked towards them with. As a result, 2 townhouse units were dropped, and a open space of, I believe, 877 square meters will be provided at the west end. That's where it interfaces on that side with the existing residential development. In terms of what that public space could look like, could be a small play center in there, could be more of a passive space, but it would be, just an open space available to any public member. And if there is a design, it will be, the design will be undertaken at a later date. It's just at this time, just obtaining the space.
Okay, that's great. That's really happy to hear that. Vineland Growers has been a huge part of the community for hundreds of years, and I think that will be a great legacy project for Vineland Growers Cooperative. So very glad to see that in part of the report. Thank you.
Councillor Michalak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, just through you to either Ms. Dale or Mr. Bruder, with regards to these minimum front yard setbacks, I'm looking and I'm going to chime in a little bit similar to what Councillor Pachariva was saying earlier. We're halving the amount of the setback. We're going from 6 meters to 3 meters. That's less than 10 feet. I'm thinking that there's going to be a sidewalk on that side. Probably a standard sidewalk is what, 48 inches or so, or I'm not sure how much, how close is it going to be to the road, the front of the house?
Through Mr. Chair, so that's right. There is a 3-meter front yard setback. Reason being, there's a couple reasons for that. First of all, obviously because of CN and their setback requirements for the buildings. There's a 30-meter setback requirement that needs to be accommodated. So that moves the buildings up closer to the street, which is in fact, if you look at our urban design policies in our official plan, that's something that we do like to see in more kind of a modern planning practice. The building's a little bit closer to the street to address the streetscape. But also, one of the issues you're seeing too, I know you mentioned cutting it in half. Well, our zoning bylaw as it stands now is outdated. It's from 1993. Our official plan's been updated a little bit more, but even further to what Councillor Pachariva said earlier about why we keep seeing these applications to change zoning provisions. Well, part and parcel of that is development. The trends have changed. There is a more compact built form being sought, more efficient use of land. And you'd see that in a lot of zoning bylaws of other municipalities. So that is why we're one of the reasons why we're updating our zoning bylaw as well. We're in that process is to
make similar adjustments based on the needs of growth and how that can be accommodated in our limited urban areas. So just wanted to provide a little context as to that as well. But those are the main reasons for the reduced front yard setback.
And if I may, it's just, I just want to make sure that people will be able to have enough room in the driveway to park their cars or their trucks, and that it's not just going to become the street, Chestnut Street's going to become a parking lot because of a lack of room. And I understand the constraints, the physical constraints with CN, the railway, but I want to make sure, given the townhouse configuration that's proposed, that there's going to be enough parking. It seems like most people have 2 or 3 cars nowadays, and I just want to make sure that that's not going to become an issue where Chestnut Street becomes a parking lot. That's my main concern.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, I think the singles that are proposed, they have enough frontage to allow for a double-car garage. There's some additional parking opportunities there. The consultant, as you can see in the report in the appendix, they've already started reviewing some of the on-street parking opportunities for some visitors in there. I would note also, we've got other developments with a very similar front yard setback. Even the Red Maple development, I believe for the towns, it's 3.4 meters. So this isn't completely foreign, this type of, or this reduced setback, and it does provide ample opportunity as per our zoning bylaw to allow for those for parking of vehicles for the residents.
Councillor Pachariva.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. You know what, I just want to commend the proponent for bringing this forward tonight. They heard what the residents said, and they've adjusted their plan. And I might have been frosty, I might have been salty earlier with my meeting setbacks, but you know, this is based on the 30-meter CN setback. So good on them for adhering to that. And I'd like to take the green space one step further. And in our capital budget, we had a request for a playground in Jordan Hollow, and our 2 ward councillors said that that's probably not a good spot for it. Not a lot of kids are there. Probably a shade structure would be more appropriate. I couldn't think of any better spot for that play unit than right here.
Councillor Timmers.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. Through to Mr. Bruder. I know it probably says it clearly in this report, but I can't find it right now. The 30-meter setback from the CN rail, what kind of division is between the back of the buildings and the CN track? Is there a regular size fence, a wood fence? What's there for safety?
Through you, Mr. Chair, you mean, Councillor, what would be required by CN in
Yes.
terms? So there's a few things that can be done, and that can be something that gets parsed out a little bit more during the subsequent site plan approval that'll be required. It could be a berm of a certain height. It could be the combination of a berm and some type of noise attenuating fence. There are a couple of different solutions that can be applied there, but one or a combination of those will need to be implemented, and that would be, you know, as we get into the detailed design, we would finalize that.
Okay, thank you for that. I just wanted some clarification. I realized there had to be something, but I just trying to visualize what there would be. And, you know, the green space addition is very good. I'm really happy about that because it does note that some of the backyards are quite small. And if there's children, they need somewhere to go. So I'm pleased to see that, but thank you.
Okay, there being no further discussion, we have a motion that council approve official plan amendment application PL 0PA 201-90055 and zoning bylaw amendment application PLZ BA 201-90057 in the name of Vineland Growers Cooperative, subject to the following conditions: that an H holding provision be placed on the zoning of the lands, and that the H holding provision not be removed until the applicant has entered into a site plan agreement and the agreement has been registered on title, and the applicant has submitted the letter of credit and cash payments required by the agreement. We will require a mover for the motion, Councillor Timmers. All in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. And I'm going to ask for your indulgence in a 10-minute recess till we tackle the last three reports. So if we could be back here at 9 PM, please. Okay, we're going to get underway again. So, following up on the Vineland Growers Cooperative item, there is an announcement that council considered all of the written and oral submissions and agrees with the planning report, analysis, and recommendations, and finds that, subject to the conditions of approval, this application meets the Planning Act criteria, is consistent with the provincial policy statement, and complies with the growth plan, the Niagara Region official plan, and the town official plan. So we are now considering item 7.4, PD-81-19 subdivision agreement for Vista Ridge Phase 2 by 2410002 Ontario, Inc. Are there any questions from council? Seeing none, we have a motion that council approve a bylaw to authorize the execution of a subdivision agreement for Phase 2 of the Vista Ridge subdivision with 2410002 Ontario, Inc. That the agreement be finalized subject to final approval of the plans by staff and all applicable agencies, and that final approval of the engineering estimates by staff to reflect the final plans, and that we review, a review of the agreement by town's departments, agencies, and the town solicitor. Is that? Are you good? Oh, Councilor Pachariva, do you have a question?
I do have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Let me put your mic on for the question.
Merci beaucoup. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to planning staff, Vista Ridge Phase 2. We did have a number of concerns before about elevation. And just driving by the Highland Park Drive extension, it appears to the layman to be rather high. Have we had the opportunity to go out there and confirm said height of that road?
Director Dale?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes, our development engineering staff have actually looked at that and compared that to the plans. The difficulty right now is, as part of their pre-servicing, they've got a lot of piles of dirt piled everywhere, so it's hard to get, like, when you look at it visually, it does actually look a bit higher, but development engineering staff have confirmed the heights and stuff like that.
Is that good?
I'm more concerned about the Highland Park Drive extension, and there's a road there, and there's the backdrop. There isn't any dirt there, so it looks, compared to where it was and how the site's been altered, that it's pretty high. So, just want to throw that out.
So where do we go with that, Director Dale?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. So we have actually, from one of the adjacent residents, we've had a number of times, had staff were requested to look at that, and our development engineering staff have confirmed that based on the plans that were approved for the pre-servicing, that the height is in meets the requirements as to where it's supposed to be.
Okay, we're good? All right. So I've read their motion. Do I need to rewrite or reread the motion? No, we're good? Okay, we will require a mover for the motion. Councilor Reimer, all in favor? Opposed? And then it's carried. We are now considering item 7.5, PD-82-19, extension of the interim control bylaw for cannabis cultivation and production facilities. Are there any questions from council? Councilor Pachariva.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through you, probably to Mr. Bruder. With respect to the open house we had on this and the discussion, just curious about the 6-month extension. Is that going to give us enough leeway?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So, good question. We looked at that. The problem, well, not a problem, but the reality here is we are open to an appeal, and we want to be reasonable for all sides involved as well. We've discussed it internally, and we do feel 6 months is appropriate. We're just about there. There are just some things that came out of, in particular, the public meeting we want to look at further. You know, we mentioned requiring purpose-built-only facilities, things like that, getting a little more restrictive with maybe minimum parcel size than we already are. We just want to make sure we're not going too far and we have a solid leg to stand on. So I think my answer is yes. I think that gives us enough time.
You're coming back on?
Yeah, because we can only extend it once more, so if you're confident that we can meet the 6 months, then that's okay.
Okay, seeing no further questions, we have a motion that council extend the interim control bylaw, ICB, pertaining to cannabis cultivation and production facilities to 6 months pursuant to Section 38 of the Planning Act. We will require a mover. We have a question from Councillor Regima now? No? Okay. We require a mover. Councillor Pachariva, all in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. We are now considering item 7.6, PD-83-19, Prudhome's Community Improvement Plan Draft Incentives for Consideration. And we have a staff presentation. Director Dale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In addition to staff, we have Mr. Luch Baconi from RCI Consulting. So between the two of us, we're going to do the presentation.
Thank you, Kathleen. So what we'd like to do is just start off by giving you a project update. It's been since February that we've been here, and that was when we presented the interim report to council. That interim report did specify the community improvement needs, the recommended community improvement project area, and the purpose and the approach to the incentive programs. And we have adopted a two-step approach where in the first step, an applicant would actually have to qualify to even make an application by meeting a number of minimum requirements. And then the second step, the actual incentive or grant level that would be given to that application will be determined based on the performance of that application. And that doesn't necessarily mean they would receive a grant. It, again, all depends on the performance of that application. So once the interim report was received by council, we then commenced work on the draft incentive programs and the project performance framework. We held a stakeholder workshop with the major property owners in the area in June of 2019 to present the preliminary incentive programs and project performance framework and receive their input. We took the comments from the key stakeholders, and in consultation with staff input, we revised the draft incentive programs and the project performance framework.
So in front of you, there's a map that outlines the community improvement project area. And the reasoning for this area is this reflects the potential development lands within the Prudhome's area. The area in red is referred to as the beacon lands. Those lands under the official plan, they're currently deferred. Staff are working behind the scenes to get that deferral removed. So once that deferral is removed, these lands would also become part of the community improvement plan. But because they're currently, because they are deferred from a land use point of view, what will happen with the CIP is the areas that are currently within the approved portion of the secondary plan will be activated first, and then once those other lands come in, had the proper planning policies in place, then those lands would also be eligible for the CIP incentives. So in regards to the community improvement plan, what the consultant is trying to do, as well as staff's review, is we're trying to align the CIP with some of the the goals and objectives in the secondary plan. So if we look at the secondary plan has a vision as well as a number of objectives. That vision is we're looking for what we call a successful, diverse, walkable, mixed-use waterfront neighborhood that has the best practices in community building. As well, we want to see that this Prudhome's area develops. So there's, excellence in things like building design. There's the opportunity for affordable housing, active transportation, open space, possibly low-impact development standards, and sustainability. So some of the community improvement needs that have been identified is there's definitely a need for higher density built forms, and that aligns with the secondary plan. Because within the secondary plan, there is a large proportion of lands that are within a high density designation. We're looking at a range of land uses. We want excellent design, architecture, and construction, environmental sustainability, not just at the building, but also at the site and the neighborhood level. So examples of that would be some low impact development standards, where things that you can do to get trees to grow quicker, things like permeable pavers, those types of things. We're looking at having a range of housing choices, including affordable housing, assisted housing, and special needs housing. So the incentives are actually tied. There are some points that are given if you meet those criteria, as well as linked open spaces, accessible waterfront, recreational amenity spaces, community spaces and amenities, and sustainable plants, landscaping, and tree planting practices.
Now, as noted in the staff report, Prudhome's really is a generational type of development because of its waterfront location, the size, the scope, and the highway access, and the fact that you rarely have a blank slate the way you do with Prudhome's. So it really is an opportunity at a regional level to showcase best planning practices, sustainability practices, design, and so on. Now, incentive programs have been used elsewhere to guide large-scale residential and mixed-use development, and we looked at those best practices, but quite frankly, it's a fairly new field. And what we have here is really cutting edge, okay? In consultation with staff, we determined, we did look at a number of potential types of incentives, and we determined that a tax increment grant is more financially feasible than a development charge grant. And the reason for that is the tax increment grant for a qualifying project that actually will meet the score required, the grant that's paid on that project is actually taken from the increase in property taxes that project within Prudhome's will generate, whereas a development charge grant would actually be taken from general property tax revenues. So there was a balancing here of what we were trying to accomplish with the incentive programs and fiscal responsibility, and we think we've achieved that balance as much as possible. The other thing was that we focused on developing a viable tax increment grant program that actually would help achieve the objectives and the community benefits within the Prudhome's secondary plan. Again, as I mentioned earlier, we took a two-step approach to help ensure that. One is that all projects provided with a tax increment grant must meet the community improvement needs, the vision and the objectives in the secondary plan, but also, very importantly, the tax increment grant, which is the only incentive program in this community improvement plan, is not available for lower to medium density development that we felt would take place anyway. It's really focused and only available to higher density residential, mixed use, employment, and commercial development that also meets the minimum performance-based criteria in the plan. So again, that two-step process, if you will. Just to give you a little bit more information on that, so in step one, to even apply for that program, the project must meet the following minimum requirements related to land use, height, and design. Obviously, it has to be located within the community improvement project area, but the project also must be high-rise residential, employment, commercial, Main Street mixed use, or mixed use. If it is Main Street mixed use or mixed use, 75% of the ground floor area must be retail, commercial, personal service, restaurant, office, hotel, or institutional use, again, to activate that ground floor. the project must achieve at least 65% of the maximum height specified in the secondary plan in terms of the number of stories, okay? So again, it must be high and dense. And the project must be consistent with secondary plan design guidelines and any other applicable town-approved design guidelines that may be developed in the future for Prudhome's or across the municipality. Once it meets all of those requirements, then the applicant can apply for the tax increment grant. And when they do apply, that application, in terms of the proposed development, would be evaluated using one of two systems. Either the proposed level of LEED certification that would be achieved by the project, or the applicant has the option to have the application reviewed using what's called a project performance framework. And that project performance framework, the performance criteria, are contained in an appendix to the staff report. And you can see the types of criteria and the number of each criteria that we included. And we spent a lot of time on this, working with staff, reviewing best practices, working with the key stakeholders to come up with something that we felt would accomplish the objectives of the secondary plan, but would also be attractive enough to persuade developers to include these types of criteria in their project. Now, as much as possible, we made sure that those performance criteria are measurable, that they're quantitative. You either reach them or you don't. There is some qualitative evaluation, but for the most part, we try to remove that so that when staff review applications for this program, both proposed and as-built, that as much as possible, you either achieve the criteria or you don't. So to take that guesswork out of it. As I mentioned earlier, we did draw on best practices elsewhere in terms of the performance criteria, but we definitely custom designed this to address the community improvement needs that are specific to the Prudhoe secondary plan. The other thing we did was we will put them in an appendix so that as those criteria evolve over time with technological advances and standards change, that they can be adjusted without any revisions or amendments to the community improvement plan. Now, in terms of the criteria, once an application is evaluated, there will be a total score out of 28. That would be converted to a score out of 100, and it is that score which is actually going to determine the conditional tax increment grant level. And I say conditional because the actual grant is based on what's actually built. So if the project does not achieve the score that it proposed it would achieve, then the grant would be adjusted downward based on the actual score that it achieves. Payment of the tax increment grant will, and you're very familiar with these grants because of your other community improvement plans, it doesn't commence until the project is completed, reassessed by MPAC, and the new property taxes, the new increased property taxes, are paid to the town for at least 1 year. So that tells you how a project will be scored, but what is the actual grant? Well, it's an annual grant equal to a percentage of the town property tax increase generated by the project. And again, it's paid to the applicant after the project is completed and reassessed by MPAC. The percentage and the duration of that grant is shown in this table above. And you'll see that down the left-hand column, the project performance. So if it achieves LEED Silver, not just LEED Standard, because there are 4 levels of LEED, it has to achieve the second level, which is Silver, not the Standard. Or the project performance framework score is between 71 to 80, that project would receive a tax increment grant equal to 60% of the tax increase on that project, generated by that project, for 6 years. If the score is 81 to 90 or LEED Gold, then that increases to 70% of the tax increase for 7 years. And if the score is 91 or higher or LEED Platinum, then it goes to 80% for 8 years. So there is an incentive here also for the applicant or the developer to try and achieve a higher level. And if it doesn't hit 71, if it's 70 or lower, they get nothing, even though they were qualified to apply. So again, we're setting a minimum bar that we want to see achieved, again, in the hopes of making sure that those community improvement needs and the objectives of the secondary plan are achieved, resulting in eventual achievement of the vision of the secondary plan.
So, Mr. Chairman, probably what staff thought would be appropriate is to kind of come up with an example and take committee through an example of how a tax increment grant works. So for this particular example, we used a mixed-use development, which has a high proportion of apartments. There is a bit of commercial associated with this particular development. So this would be considered a mixed-use development that would be mid-rise. So it is an example that's relevant to Prudhome's. Prudhome's has a range of mid-rise, like, that would be eligible for this program, that would be mid-rise, high-rise, for example. So if we look at this particular example, and this actually is a real example. So right now, the proponent, when they applied, they were paying roughly $2,647 in taxes. When the project is finished, it's estimated that the taxes will be almost $250,000. So how the grant works is it's the difference between the taxes at the beginning, the taxes at the end. That's called the tax increment grant. So that amount is $247,000. So then the grant, depending on whether it's, in the case of Prudhome's, whether it would be based on 60%, which would be 0.6, for 7 years would be 0.7. This example is using a tax increment grant for 8 years, and this is assuming they can meet the performance criteria of 91. In that case, the difference, the 80% would be a grant of almost $198,000. So for the first year, as an example, the town, currently you're getting $2,600 in taxes, but when the building is built, the first year you would get roughly $52,000 in taxes. The grants are fixed. So the grant is always based on the change the first year. So slowly over time, when you get up to, say, year, look at this one, it's bigger. Look at year 8, the municipality is getting $173,000 in taxes. When you get to year 9, the municipality is getting the full taxes. So this is really just an example of how a tax increment financing grant works. As part of doing the community improvement plan, what will need to be done is obviously a much more detailed financial analysis of the potential grants for the properties that would be eligible. Just one of the things to keep in mind, staff did look at the assessed value of Prudhome's right now, and this would include all of the lands that are within the community improvement plan area, not the deferred area. There are about 4 existing buildings, so it's a combination of vacant lands and properties with buildings on it. So currently, the assessed value is around $21 million for that particular property. So what will happen is, and we don't have these numbers yet, but is that over time, as development occurs, the value of all of those properties will increase, and the amount of taxes that the town brings in will increase over time. I don't know if maybe committee wants to stop here, because I figure that this might be the slide that has the most questions.
How many more slides? You only have one more slide.
We only have
do you?
one more slide, and it's really just a wrap-up slide. It's the timing. So the next step, I'm going to leave this slide up, but the next step in the process is, as Luch mentioned, we've done the consultation with the stakeholders. We've come up with some draft incentives. We're looking for feedback from the committee. After that, the next step is to do some more stakeholder sessions. We also have to get some comments from the public. We have to go through a formal public meeting process, bring the draft community improvement back to committee, then bring it back for final approval and recommendation. So we anticipate that to take approximately 6 months.
Okay.
So we're now both open for questions from committee.
All right. Thank you for the presentation, and we will open up for council questions, and I have Councillor Russell kicking it off.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to the presenters. Thank you for your presentation. To be honest, again, and I've made my thoughts and concerns about CIP programs, especially for Greenfields, well known over the last year. And this is no different. There's a number of red flags that jump out to me about this. The first being, again, the point at which we are now as far as approvals go, and this, the CIP coming forward. From everything I've been able to research, CIPs are usually done prior when we're trying to get new development in. We already have a lot of these approvals already in place, so this seems to be very much after the fact, which is red flag number one. So my first question, I'm going to try to keep it to just a couple, is what is the genesis of the request? So again, this has been on the book since last term. We've been receiving approvals already, so why is this coming forward now? And again, just one more comment. In the actual presentation, there's no reason why this has to be done. There's a lot of the benefits, there's a lot of some of the understandings of the importance of prudence, but there's no real nuts and bolts of why we're doing a CIP for this amount.
Okay, so I'm going to answer the first question, and then I'm going to turn it over to Luch. So in regards to the community improvement plan, this project actually was started several years ago. And then when the previous term of council came into effect, one of the things that the previous council wanted to do was actually look at the secondary plan, because the secondary plan at that time was, I believe it was done in 2006. And things have really changed in regards to that particular area. So the community improvement plan was actually put on hold while the secondary plan was being completed. And so now staff have reactivated it now that the secondary plan is approved. And it's actually probably a good thing that that was done, because now the incentives can be tied to the goals and objectives of the secondary plan.
Okay.
And it's certainly a valid question, and I think one of the delegates asked a similar question, sort of, why are we doing this? Why should the town incentivize development at Prudhome's? So there are a number of municipalities, especially in recent years, that have chosen to provide strategic targeted incentives for what you've called greenfield development. Prudhome's is not technically greenfield development, but can look at the Gateway CIP in Niagara, for example, which has been fairly successful in promoting development on previously undeveloped lands. And there have been other municipalities that, for example, have had community improvement plans in areas where you would now say, hey, it's successful, it's been around for a long time. You can look at it, there's a couple of CIPs in Waterloo. You could even say, well, the downtown CIP in Hamilton's been around for a long time, and they've turned the corner. Why are they still offering incentives? And what you'll see is that they've actually changed the incentives that they're offering. And in combination with, say, offering incentives on a blank slate like we are here, the reason for that is that there's only so much that can be accomplished with the planning tools that your planners have at hand, being the official plan, zoning bylaw, plans of subdivision and condominium, and even the secondary plan and design guidelines. There's only so much arm twisting that planning staff can do to try and achieve certain goals and objectives, okay? And the reality is that those planning tools haven't necessarily been effective in achieving the quality of development and the type of development that is now expected in most municipalities, and is most certainly expected for the Prudhome's area. So if we look at Prudhome's, and you look at the multifaceted objectives in the secondary plan around building design, sustainability, open space, waterfront amenities, and the range of housing types. And that is why incentives are being offered, and that's why we've strategically targeted them and designed them to help achieve those specific objectives. So the proposed incentives for Prudhome's are not there to promote development. As you said, you're absolutely right. Development in Prudhome's will happen. The proposed incentives are there to promote the type of development, the quality of development, the sustainability of development for future generations that will achieve the vision and the objectives in the secondary plan.
Mr. Bruder, do you have a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a little bit further, just with respect, I know you talked a little bit about timelines, Councillor, and why is this happening now? There's already some approvals in place. Well, those approvals are a little bit more at a preliminary level. I mean, now we're at the point where we're going to be getting into the detailed design, and that's where some of these things can really be, worked to implementation. So while you are correct, yes, they have received some approvals. They've got the secondary plans in place, draft plans in place. We've still got a lot of detailed design to go through. And really, it's just the beginning, so I just wanted to highlight that as well.
Okay, Mr. Chair, follow-up. your slide here, so the actual amount tied to the TIG. You mentioned there it's a fixed base, but the other two slides in the addendum are not fixed base. They're based on a percentage, so. This one starts at 80% year one, and by the time you get to year 8, it is not 80%. So can you give some information? Is this factual or incorrect?
Okay, so, the chart, the column that's supposed to represent the actual grant is the one that's 197,873. So that's based on the first year, and that's why it's fixed for the number of years. So that is, so that's what the grant is, based on the first year's change between what the assessment is today versus what the assessment's going to be when the project is completed. So technically, you are correct. If you run the 0.8 and you run it out over all the other numbers, they all increase, but the grant is fixed.
On the other two slides in the addendum, they're not fixed.
In the addendum?
Can you pull up the, again, you provided a 6-year, 7-year, 8-year model. This is the only one that has a fixed amount. It was in the attachment in the,
Okay, sorry, Mr. Chairman. So in regards to those other two examples, I don't have them in front of me right now, but the grant would be fixed for whether it's 5 years, 6 years, or 7 years. Thank you. Yeah, so the example that has a PPF of 71, 60% grant for 6 years, where it says in the column grant year 1, 148,000, that number should have continued up to the end of the time frame.
okay, thanks for clarifying. Just one more quick follow-up, because I know there's
Sure.
probably lots on there.
Yeah.
So again, this is more or less for Utopia, this model. So that's for 234 units, 530 or so odd people. Again, and the reason this came out was I asked about for this earlier this week or late last week to try to find out if we can get an estimate of what this TIG is going to include. And again, a lot of back and forth, and the only thing I can really do is extrapolate what the amount possibly could be as an estimate. So if we're looking at potentially 3,000 people, and I know it's not going to cover all levels of development, but this is 1.5 million for 8 years. Are we looking at a $8 million total hit to the taxpayer, or is it less or more?
Okay, Mr. Chairman, so at this point, this is just a draft. They're just draft incentives for committee's comment. As prior to the community improvement plan being approved, staff will provide a much more detailed financial incentive so that you have an idea before this is approved what the potential cost is going to be. The other thing to keep in mind too is if you look at it from the point of view of today, these properties are not generating a lot of taxes because they're vacant. So the actual increase in taxes will actually pay for the grant. It's just that the municipality is getting their money a little bit later in the process.
Okay, but it's not a true deferral. It's just, you're waiving what that amount will be. We'll never get that money back. We will make money down the road.
Yes.
But to the residents that we have to defend our position on, this is likely to be an $8 million tax rebate that we're giving a developer, correct?
Mr.
Again, I know
Chairman,
I don't want to throw a number at you, but again, I think it's pretty reasonable. Again, I'm not going to ask you more questions. I'll come back in if I need to. Just want to be as transparent as possible. Again, I don't support this going forward, and I'm going to ask for a recorded vote through all stages of this.
Before we go to Councillor Michalak, maybe to the councillor's question. You know, one of the challenges I've got when reading through this is visualizing what the difference is. Visualizing what would be built without CIP and what would be built with CIP. And maybe, maybe that's not possible tonight, not expecting that, but visuals would be very helpful, I think, to to get us to understand what are we buying into?
To the chair, I obviously can't produce visuals.
that's fine.
But what I can tell you is if we look at the criteria, what you're going to produce with these incentives is more enclosed parking, underground parking, light pollution reduction. I heard earlier about an issue of concern of lighting of a particular community use, for example. Well, you know, there are ways to use certain types of fixtures, but they're expensive, to reduce light pollution. You're going to be looking at energy efficient buildings, heat island reduction, introduction of hybrid and electric vehicles, water efficient buildings.
Yeah, and
all of those things.
I did read
Those
all
are-
that,
Yep.
but, you know, I'm just, maybe this is more to Kathleen, I'm just saying if, and obviously, we're not painting a picture of this is exactly what it's gonna look like, but I think we wanna see, okay, what, by the standards that it could be built to today, what is it, generally, in a picture? And then, if we incentivize, here's what it will potentially look like. Just a comment, and I'm gonna go to Counselor Mikulik now.
Was you gonna answer?
I think I've got the answer.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair. So, like, I too am wondering about the timing, and it's been stated about how currently we receive X amount of dollars given this, you know, the condition of the land right now. But it's in the process of being redeveloped. It's in the process of being, there's not much that can currently be done with that land. So until we make it market ready as a council, then really this is all the taxes that we can receive on it. This concept, like, it's been called a blank slate. I just don't know how many blank slates are out there that are offered tax incentives. Traditionally, tax incentives, tax income and grants are to provide an economic catalyst for developing, redeveloping, or renovating, you know, brownfield-type properties, you know, properties that are perhaps in odd sections of town. This is supposed to be an area that is in high demand, or is that, you know, a marketable area. It's not, this isn't a piece of land that's up over the hill in the middle of nowhere that we're trying to bring new investment to. So I'm struggling, and I get it with the mixed, with the high, you know, high-density residential, like, you know, say a 6-story, 8-story, 12-story building. This is waterfront. This is going to be a waterfront property. It's at what point do we allow the market to dictate the demand without having to offer incentives?
Through the chair, I'm going to stress again that this isn't about market demand. This is about ensuring a high-level quality of development. And we've seen areas that were pretty much blank slates that have lots of high-density development, and you wouldn't want to live there because it's not high-quality development. It's not sustainable. It's not energy efficient. It's not accessible. It doesn't have access to open space. And I could go on, but there's lots of places like that in Mississauga, in Brampton, and other places that were blank slates at one time. So, again, I want to stress that, and obviously it's council's prerogative and each council member's prerogative whether you agree with the approach or not, but we're not just trying to achieve development. That's a given. It's the quality and the type of development that we're trying to achieve. And that's why I said in terms of it being a blank slate, you have the ability to do that. Very often when you're dealing with a built-up urban area, you don't have the ability to do that. And to move the needle even a little bit in built-up downtown areas or other built-up commercial mixed-use areas requires a lot. You have the ability to do it here because you essentially pretty much have a blank slate. So I just want to make that distinction in hopes of answering your question. And I understand you're struggling and other council members are struggling with it, but that's really the purpose here.
If I may, just another question. So we're offering potentially an 80% reduction in taxes through this grant. What happens to these businesses, TMI fees, common fees, this sort of thing? What happens when it comes down to having to pay the full rate? Are these businesses going to be viable? Will they be able to pay the full amount? Will they be, or are they going to be closing up because they're not receiving that TIG grant anymore? Is there a possibility of that happening?
Okay, so in regards to tax increment financing, it won't be, the grants are provided to the person that develops the property and builds the buildings. So the grants aren't actually provided to the individual, like, when you do a tax increment financing grant, if you have say you have a condominium, it isn't provided to the condominium, the different, apartment units, it's actually provided to the developer of the property. But there's always, like, with market forces, there's always a possibility that, one day a business is profitable and it occupies the space, and then the next day it isn't, and then somebody else might move in and take up that space.
Well, if I may, ultimately, at the end of the day, it's the tenant that is paying the tax to the owner, the landlord, or the developer, whoever. So that's the concern I have, is that for the first 8 years, there'll be a not current to market sort of, rent. And then after the 8 years, it's gonna be a day of reckoning financially. Am I right or wrong in that assumption?
Through the chair, I've been doing CIPs for 20 years. I've never seen that happen. Because essentially, it's the developer who's providing all of these extras for that grant. Okay, and then the developer provides all of this, he goes away, and over the next 8 years, or 6 or 7 years, he's paid an annual grant by the city to help him recoup the extra costs of providing all those extra goodies. The benefit, or the beneficiary, I should say, is actually the tenants. And they may even pay higher rents because they have all of these things, like more accessible buildings, high energy efficiency buildings, and so on and so forth. So I've never seen that happen, and frankly, I don't think it's a concern.
Okay, I'll leave it at that for now.
Councillor Regima.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. So earlier on, you said that this is a fairly new field, CIPs for large-scale developments. So that makes me a little bit uncomfortable. That makes me a little bit uncomfortable because you haven't said that we're following any particular model that we can guarantee is successful with this. And it looks kind of complicated to me. So if we're trying to incentivize quality, how confident are we that this plan will actually be an incentive?
Mr. Chairman, I can give you an example of some of the other community improvement plan applications that have been applied for. So what I've had developers tell me that the incentives help pay for improving the quality of design of their building. We have a couple of CIP applications where the developer has, in order to get a slightly higher increase in their CIP grant, they are going to provide affordable ownership housing. Now, these buildings haven't been built yet, so they're going to have to provide, documentation that the units were sold below the threshold for affordable housing. But because of that, because of some of these CIPs, we actually are seeing more of a mixture of housing.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I ask a question of
Sure.
clarification? It's particularly on these large-scale development CIPs that I heard you say earlier on that we don't have any successful models to follow. You said that it's a fairly new field. So particular to large-scale developments, how are we confident that this is going to be an incentive to have quality development, the kind of development that we want? Is it going to be an incentive to the developer?
Through the chair, while this scale and size of overall development is relatively new in terms of performance-based incentive programs, there are a number of performance-based incentive programs that have been applied to large single sites and groups of sites in other municipalities. And those are outlined in the interim report. So Waterloo, Hamilton, Curtis, there's a few other ones. Essentially what we've done is we've taken the best practices from those and customized them to the Prudhoe secondary plan and help achieve the secondary plan. So is there another community in Ontario that we can look at and say they use the exact same thing for this exact same type of development? No, because this is so unique, right? But we're confident that we've taken the best practices that we know have worked elsewhere to achieve the types of objectives that we want to achieve here, put them together, customize them, and again, through consultation with the stakeholders, with staff, my expertise, we've come up with something that we think will work.
Okay, can I ask one more question, please?
Sure.
Mr. Chair? So there's going to be ongoing consultation before we make any decisions, but so you spoke earlier on, you said there's going to be an opportunity to change these incentives down the road. Can you talk about that a little bit more, if
Right.
necessary?
That's a good question through the chair. So there's two aspects of this that can be changed down the road. One is the actual performance criteria. So the 28 criteria will be put in an appendix, and if technologies change, which they will, and standards change, then you can adjust those criteria up or down without a formal amendment to the community improvement plan. The second thing that we're going to put in an appendix is the actual scoring matrix. Okay, so the 71 to 80, 81 to 90, and 91 plus, and what they equal to in terms of the grant. We're going to put that in an appendix so that if at some point in time the town finds that we feel that we are perhaps giving up too much to get these as-built projects to look the way we want them to look and work and function the way we want them to function, you can simply decrease the percentage from 80% downwards and or the number of years that that project would receive the grant. So that allows you the ability, as time goes on, to pull back. Where it becomes tricky is if you actually want to increase the levels. Then technically to do that, you would need a formal amendment to the community improvement plan. But if you want to pull back, that's not a problem. So that's how we're going to give you a great deal of flexibility to either raise the bar through making the performance criteria more difficult or lower the amount of the incentive that you're providing.
Okay, that's all my questions for now. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Pachariva.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. I too have got a couple questions. So, you know what, I got excited when I saw affordable housing in the presentation. But when you look at the appendix, so it talks about dwelling types, and it talks about 20% of the residential units are rental, and then you look at the footnote, and rental units will be for a set period of time. And then 10% of the units are for assisted or special needs. And then there's another footnote. So to me, affordable housing is reaching the most vulnerable. How are we going to do that? That's a CIP, incentivize a floor on one of these high-rise units, affordable units, truly affordable. Not what the market says, but what's affordable that we are doing our part to help those that need help. So how can we address that, and will we address that going forward?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. So what the region does is the region actually provides statistics as to what they consider affordable ownership housing. The threshold for affordable housing for ownership was just a little over $300,000. That's not, like, market housing is much, much more than that. So there are, the region does actually provide those figures. And there's, in regards to, you know, ensuring, there's different ways to ensure that the housing remains affordable over the long term. It could be for a set period of time, it could be permanent. There are different options to ensure that it's affordable so somebody can get into the market. If it's, for example, ownership housing versus long-term affordable rental housing. There could be options. Another option could be working with the region, where the region may buy a portion of the units, and those would become permanent rental affordable accommodation. So there are different ways to implement it.
Okay. Another question through you, Mr. Chairman. So, and again, I agree with Chair McPherson on this. It's, and it goes back to the mayor's 3D asks all the time. I'm visual. I need to see something. I need to look at it. I need to touch it and feel it. And paper just doesn't tell me that. So in that initial presentation that we saw, you know, we got the Main Street Vista look. We were told about the Silva-Cell technology, on how that we would use that for plantings and storing water, but I don't see that in here anywhere. Under the water wastewater efficiency, under public realms, like that's something that I want to see. So whether we need to incentivize that, then let's incentivize that. Because again, I go back to things like the fairgrounds, and you're given best case scenario, and then when it comes to be, it's not there. So it's things like that. It's things like environmental sustainability and public realm. I would like to incentivize geothermal technology to heat the sidewalks and the roads to cut down on the amount of plowing we have to do. We're facing operational budget. We're going to need more equipment. We're going to need more manpower. That's the type of stuff that, you know what, I will incentivize in a heartbeat. But that doesn't seem to be here. And, it's transformational. And I don't mind working with anyone to give me something that's different. But a lot of this stuff is, and a couple of the other councillors have touched on it, you know what, on paper, you're going to do this because you want it to move, right? It's the right thing to do. But I want more. So I'm going to leave it at that.
Council Russell, second time.
Yeah, I know. I was waiting to see if
Okay.
anybody else was in the queue ahead of me.
Yeah.
A couple quick notes. Question is, again, you mentioned a few times about raising the standard from the platinum level up to, the bronze level, I guess, lead up to platinum. Bronze is the standard, and then it goes silver, gold, platinum. What is the impact value difference of a platinum lead, so hitting that 91% versus a just typical standard? Is there any difference?
Mr. Chairman, we'd have to actually talk to MPAC to see whether there is a difference, because staff don't have that answer.
Okay, again, the reason I bring that up, again, if the impact value greatly increases to offset that $8 million, again, my estimate, offset that $8 million rebate that we're gonna be giving to the developer, at least there might be some defendability. If they're exactly the same, then again, I don't see the value of going from standard up to platinum for the residents. And again, that's who we have to defend this to. It's coming back to that accountability to the people. Again, we're going through budget right now, and I've heard countless times, I wish I had a nickel every time I heard it. We don't have a taxation problem, we have a revenue problem. I think I misquoted that, actually. And again, this is one of the reasons why we have revenue problems as our current CIPs, as we see them right now. So that was one question. Second one, this will be the last one, Mr. Chair. The region does not offer any TIGs, do they?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. So it's actually a bit of a mixture. For some of our older community improvement plans, the region does offer matching tax increment financing. So for the Vineland CIP, for example, the Beamsville CIP didn't originally offer, well, it did offer, yeah, actually it does offer that one. So the Beamsville CIP, the Vineland CIP, the region does do matching funding for that. So the numbers that we've used are just based on town numbers. For the mixed-use residential intensification CIP, the region does not provide matching tax increment financing. And for the rural and industrial lands CIP, the region does not provide matching funding.
So based on our split of the pie, so they would still get their 53% tax on this, and we would be getting about 7.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, if the region doesn't provide matching funding, then yes, they would get their normal amount of taxes and we would get less. But over time, we would get full taxes.
Mayor Easton.
Mr. Chairman, I just have a couple of comments. When Prudham's Development came forward at the beginning of last term, I think it was the third or fourth iteration of, and I remember actually speaking to Brian Prudham about this, inviting him to something, and he wasn't interested in coming, and he basically said to me that, you know, what is the point? This project has been at this stage 3-4 other times, and I doubt that it will go forward. And so it has been a very difficult piece of property, even though it's not really a green field, but it's not quite a brown field. And so it has not been an ideal property to develop, and that's proven over and over again by the fact that no one could get the numbers to work. So, and still people, you know, because it's taking a while to, you know, we're going through all the processes and we're into dealing with the infrastructure that needs to support it, people, you know, continue to ask whether or not the project is going to go forward. And I think that we could look around and we could see lots of development that's occurred that we wouldn't want as any kind of a desirable outcome for our community. But I'm with Councillor Pachariva on this. We have got to see a dynamic, the numbers are the numbers, and you can make a decision on numbers. And so whatever those numbers end up being, and they may be adjusted up or down, we'll deal with the numbers. But along with the number, we need to see a workable, living, dynamic picture here. So we've seen this, and that's why Councillor Pachariva has got this vision in his head, because we saw this picture in China. And there was nothing about the picture that you could second guess on, because it was all laid out for you. It was laid out in layers, exactly what was happening and the impact that it was having on the community around it. So I think we should have a significant fear of building an absolutely mundane development on that piece of land. I think we should be ashamed of ourselves if we allow that to happen. That'll be a legacy that I don't think any of us would want to live with. But at the same time, we've got to deal with the transparent and accurate presentation of the TIG system. So, you know, it begins right from the beginning in the phrase that the DC grants, they're taken from the levy. That's a fact. But the TIGs are taken from the DCs. I heard you correctly, did I not? Please correct me, because this is kind of a fundamental statement here that I need to.
In regards to development charges, how that works is, so you have a development charge bylaw, and every single development pays development charges. All of those development charges go into different funds for roads, water, sewers, stormwater, et cetera. So what happens is the developer, if they're eligible for a development charge grant, when they take out a building permit, they have to pay their full development charges. If they meet the requirements in the community improvement plan grant, so they meet everything and the as-built is as per all of the criteria, then what they will do is they will get a refund of the development charges, and that refund comes out of the development charges fund.
Okay, that's where I've.
And for the tax increment grant, how it's looked at is that right now, the municipality is not getting a lot of taxes for vacant, undeveloped land. So what is actually funding that is the taxes coming in to the municipality is funding the grant.
Through the chair, moreover, it's the specific taxes that are being generated by the application itself in Prudence. So
Okay.
it's very targeted.
But, so there, all right, so we've looked at taxes taken from DCs, you pay, and then you get a refund. Okay. When you get a refund, depending on when that refund is given, is there a part of that process where the levy is supporting those refund dollars? Or is the timing such that all of that money would be stacked up in the DC reserve?
Okay.
So, through the chair, again, to clarify, we are not proposing any form of development charge grant for Prudence.
Okay, but
Okay.
I just want to I want to make sure
Yes.
that the fundamentals
Yep.
are there so that we can then move on to this piece.
So what happens with the development charge grant, as Kathleen described, is that development charges will be collected as normal from the developer and put in the development charge reserve fund, okay? But then a grant has to be paid
Right.
to that developer. So that money for the grant's taken out of the development charge reserve fund, but you can't leave the development charge reserve fund short. So then, general property tax revenues from everyone in the town get pumped back into the development charge reserve fund so that it can be topped up, okay? So that is very different from a tax increment grant that is specifically paid for by the actual development, which is approved for that grant. So if you look at this table, after 8 years, that development will have generated about $3.25 million in increased property taxes. $1.58 million will be paid back to the developer as a grant. The remainder, $1.68 million, will be retained by the municipality.
You need to talk into that.
Were you able to hear that?
I was.
Okay. So that's the big difference between the two.
Okay. So we come back then to, well, I come back to how we got started here in the first place and where this project was at, the age of the secondary plan, which was, it was very, very outdated. And we were really looking for something that was more than what we were seeing in a number of different places. Plus, recently, because we've been talking about this at the region, I've looked at the Waterloo and the Hamilton experience and how they didn't abandon them. What they did was they recharged them. They re-evaluated them and redefined them according to what it was that they were needing to achieve now, which was to move from fundamental approvals of zoning and official plan entities to approve any development. And they moved to where there was no control over architectural and limited control over urban design, which I believe is what we have here. They may have had more, but we are very limited here because of the cost and timing. I remember us having this conversation around developing architectural design controls, architectural controls. So even though there's some in the secondary plan, there's not very much. So if we're looking to create this workable, living, dynamic environment that has things like heating and, well, whatever it is, you've got the list. So whatever that list is, how do we get from this discussion, which is still an awkward discussion, to one where you can start to see the benefit the future benefit to the community, because make no mistake about it, I think we all realize that eventually, in terms of climate adaptability, that a lot of the things that are on that list are going to have to be required in the future. I don't know what your comments would be to that, Mr. Chairman.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I would tend to agree. I believe last week you had a presentation from staff on the climate change adaptation plan. And one of the things that staff is working on as part of that is looking at the current development standards versus how do you move those development standards along to make them more environmentally sustainability. So yeah, the pendulum is definitely moving.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, I guess the question now really is, what do we do then? Maybe we don't know this, but I'll ask. What do we do then to move from what you've given us tonight, which has provided us with really a great deal to think about and to analyze, and have the other piece that's missing, which is really the look, the feel, of this future development in our community, which is exactly why we went to the secondary plan in the first place. We weren't looking for mundane. We were looking for something really outstanding.
So I think our acting CAO has got a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, to the mayor and to all members of council, if I may. I've been taking a lot of notes this evening. I've been listening, and I've also had the pleasure of starting my career in economic development in Hamilton in the 90s, which was a very difficult place to probably have started a career in economic development, because I can tell you several years later, the downtown and Hamilton is a very different place from back then. So where we go from here, this is a draft incentives consideration report. And if I put myself in the CAO shoes, what he would say to you is, we've heard a lot of key messages tonight. One is that you as councillors really need to understand better the degree of prescriptiveness that this CIP allows planning staff in order to ensure we control the quality and the type of development that really meets the collective vision. So we all have this vision of this amazing waterfront community, and we get one chance to get it right. What we heard at the opening from Mr. Piccone and Ms. Dale was that the current planning tools are lacking, and they're limiting us from being able to control the quality of that development. We want the best planning and sustainable practices, and we need to understand them better. So I think the takeaways for staff tonight are we need more financial modeling for councillors to understand. We need more visuals. I would recommend that we even consider bringing in some of the other municipal colleagues who have worked through performance-based incentive programs to talk about their programs to this council. I know perhaps at a workshop, but really hearing from the people, hearing the degree of prescriptiveness, seeing the before and after pictures, I think that will have a very strong impact on your decision to either support or not support this going forward. So if I may, that's the information that I would leave with council and sort of summarize what I heard this evening.
Thank you. Thank you, Shannon. Mary Easton, is that?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Does that?
I'm fine.
You're good?
Yep, I'm fine for now. I think I agree. I think that's,
Okay.
we need much more in that regard, for sure.
Okay, I have Councillor Mikulik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for clarification, we're just receiving this report. We're
Exactly.
not approving anything
Exactly.
tonight.
Exactly.
So,
Yep. Yep.
so we are just entertaining all of this and
Feedback
with
and-
tweaks
yes,
and
yes.
comments to be, all right.
Correct.
Just the concern I have is the 80% giving up, giving up 80%, like that's, with regards to the implementation of this lead. You know, I think we're giving up 80% for 8 years. I think that's quite a bit of tax revenue that we'd be giving up, so. Anyways, that's all, thanks.
Go ahead. Do you have another? Mr. Deanne?
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the committee, and I just sort of wanted to echo the acting CAO's comments in regards to economic development and building a community, because quite frankly, you know, we are building Prudhome's here. This is a community and a destination itself. Last week you did hear me talk about tourism and our strategy, and we're always including tourism and Prudhome's in that strategy plan in itself. In addition, you know, you heard from our presenters this evening talking about density. With density comes the population required for the commercial and the employment sections in Prudhome's to help sustain themselves. So that's one sort of key point that I wanted to talk about this evening. In addition, it was clearly out in the documents that council did read, we're not looking at incentivizing the low density or the medium density residential. We're more specifically talking about the employment, the commercial, and the high density. So I just wanted to get that on the table. But CIPs are a tool that municipalities use to incentivize employment and commercial development to maximize tax revenues. So I just did want to mention that this evening. But I thank you for your time.
Okay, I have Councillor Reimer.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. Just a comment, somewhat related to Mayor Easton's comments. Two actually comments, one from Mayor Easton's, one kind of a summarization. Yeah, this place has been empty for decades. So the fact that we're going to incentivize something there is certainly not too late. There still hasn't been anything done. So, and there's no signs of anything being done. I realize there's been a lot of recent, you know, movement here as far as permits and applications and draft plans, all that kind of stuff. Nothing's been done yet. So I don't think we're not late to the game with our incentive, any type of incentive program. And one other thing about some of these things that are in our Appendix B, the exemplary design, the environmental sustainability. A lot of these things aren't in the building code. They're not in the Ontario provincial, you can help me, Matt, I forget, or Director Dale, which all the codes there are. You can still have something built, it meets code, and it's not really great. You only have to go to a few subdivisions to see the difference between subdivisions. So the fact that we are incentivizing something that's built really good, you know, like something we can be proud of, it can't be underestimated. You can build something that meets all the codes. They can't, you know, our inspectors, the planning department can't say no to, and it doesn't look good at all. So we just got to be careful about that too.
Mr. Bruder would like to make a comment.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, that's a good point too. And one of the examples I would point to, and this is just one of the examples, would be when it comes to the high density and the building heights. We mentioned the planning tools that we have at our disposal may not address what we want them to address in totality. So, for example, when it comes to building height and densities, we have to meet. I mean, we have growth targets, and you know, the planning department's been talking about this for a while now, that we have to meet in the town and have limited amount of land to do so. So that's why, you know, we have some high density, some high rises set aside. But when it comes to planning tools like the secondary plan, you've still got minimum and maximums when it comes to building heights and densities and things like that. And as our economic development officer said, you know, these densities are required to help support some of the other designations too. So, you know, in keeping with this example, the CIP incentivizes that to make sure we're getting the upper echelon of what the range is in the secondary plan that we're permitting. So that's just one example of how we can use it as an additional tool to achieve the ends that we want.
Councillor Timmers.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. All great comments and discussion tonight. So my perspective on this is, from what I'm hearing, we don't really have the teeth or the planning tools to make sure that we're going to get what we think we're going to get. And we've all seen the on paper, it all looked great, and then all of a sudden they build it and it's like, that's not what I thought we were going to get. And that's what this incentive is all about. It's about ensuring that we get quality and we get what we want. We are incentivizing them to give us the level that we want and we expect and we're hoping for, because this is a one shot. And when it's done, it's there forever. And if we don't get what we think we're going to get, and we're driving by it forever looking at it, you know, I want it to be something that we're really proud of. So incentivizing to me is just about getting what we want. But I do want to see more detail. I need to understand the numbers, and the numbers and the terms of years, and that I'm not too clear on yet, if we're giving up too much. And then also the checks and balances, like how do we make sure they follow through, and just some of those unknowns. So that's just kind of where I'm coming from, but I do understand the concept. I understand what's behind it, and we definitely need to have more information. I think the visuals and a little more on the numbers would be very helpful, but I do understand what it's about and what we're trying to achieve, so thank you.
Councillor Rajima.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. I want to comment on something that a question that I asked early on, and that was whether the incentives can be changed down the road. And your response was that, you know, we could lower them and pull back on our incentives. But I'm going to go a little bit in the opposite way, is that if we decide to do this, that we have to make sure that we're predictable and that we're providing some stability for developers in the long run. That if we're going to provide an incentive plan to get what we want, we can't be playing around with it. We want to be consistent. Yes. Okay, so thank you.
Okay. So, thank you, Mr. Piccone and Director Dale, for, first of all, for sitting through 3 or 4 hours of other business and putting together a very good presentation. I'm going to ask, do you have the direction that you need based on our acting CAO's comments and of course, the council's comments?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. So actually, this discussion is actually very good because it's actually very helpful to staff and the consultant. We've received all of the information, and there will be further information provided to committee and council, so I believe we have the appropriate direction to proceed.
Well, let me ask you, do we get a chance to speak to this again before it goes to public? In a workshop or in something that we're seeing what we're asking for here tonight?
Okay, so through you, Mr. Chairman, based on all of the input that we've received tonight, rather than just go forward with a public meeting, I think what we need to do is provide some more information and come back to committee, whether that's through a committee meeting or a workshop. That's something that we will look at.
Very good, very good. Yeah, I think it, you know, for the potential impact positively and from a financial standpoint, you know, we may just want to spend some time on this alone, you know, rather than group it in with another committee meeting. So just it's a big item. So thank you again. Okay, so, and to Councillor Russell's request, so this evening, it is an informational. So are we good that we'll pass on the recorded vote tonight? And there will be an opportunity for a recorded vote when we're making, you know, more decisions around this. So I'm going to read the motion that council receive the Prudhome's Community Improvement Plan draft incentives for consideration report. We will require a mover for the motion. Councilor Reimer, all in favor? Any opposed? None, and that is carried. Confidential items, there are none. Staff remarks, do we have any staff remarks that we haven't heard already? Mr. Smith, you okay? All right. Committee remarks, do we have any committee remarks? We do. Councillor Pachariva.
Yes, thank you, Chair McPherson. So earlier today, I circulated are we done over there? You might want to hear this. I circulated an email with respect to an outstanding LPAT decision. So this item first came up at Committee of Adjustment 18 months ago and has been at the LPAT for 13 months without a decision. And, you know, I hear, well, they're changing this and they're adding that. you know what, it's time for us to, in my opinion, to take a stand and to send a letter to our MPP and to send a letter and also CC the Premier and Mr. Clark, who is the Municipal Affairs and Housing Minister, to say, your system's broken. You say you're open for business, and this is clearly a case where it's not. So, received some direction through the clerks that I should bring this up under notice of motion at council, but I thought it was important I speak to it tonight because it is a planning issue, and this is planning. So, thank you.
Very good, thank you. Any other committee remarks? Seeing none, there being no further business, call this meeting adjourned.